The only revolution in which the goal is a desegregated lunch counter, a desegregated theater, a desegregated park, and a desegregated public toilet. You can sit down next to white folks on the toilet. That's no revolution. Revolution is based on land. Land is the basis of all independence. Land is the basis of freedom, justice, and equality. The white man knows what a revolution is. He knows that the black revolution is worldwide in scope and in nature. The black revolution is sweeping Asia, sweeping Africa. It's rearing its head in Latin America. The Cuban Revolution, that's a revolution.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Number 6, we want an end to the robbery by the white racist businessmen of black people and black people in their communities. Number 7, we want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people. Number 8, we want all black men held in county, state, federal jails and prisons to be released because they have not had a fair trial, because they've been tried by all white juries, and that's just like being tried in Germany being a Jew. We want black people, number 9, when brought to trial, to be tried by members of their peers, and a peer being one who comes from the same economic, social, religious, historical, and racial background. That in fact, the black people, if the United States government and the courts and the local courts did this, they would have to choose black people from the black community to sit up on the jury. They'd have to choose some of them mothers who've been working 20 years in Miss Ann's kitchen scrubbing floors like my mother done done. They have to choose some of them hard-working fathers. They have to choose some of those brothers who stand on the block out there wondering where they're gonna get a gig. They're gonna have to choose these black people. And number 10, he would say, let's just summarize it.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
What is your ultimate aim? The only way the problem can be solved. First, the white man and the black man have to be able to sit down at the same table. The white man has to feel free to speak his mind without hurting the feelings of that Negro. And the so-called Negro has to feel free to speak his mind without hurting the feelings of the white man. Then they can bring the issues that are under the rug out on top of the table and take an intelligent approach to get the problem solved.
But then you had some field Negroes who lived in huts, had nothing to lose. They wore the worst kind of clothes, they ate the worst food, and they caught hell. They felt the sting of the lash. They hated their master.
And because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad makes black people brave enough, men enough to defend ourselves no matter what the odds are, the white man runs around here with the doctrine that Mr. Muhammad is advocating violence when he's actually telling Negroes to defend themselves against violent people.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Just as the slave master in that day used Tom, the house Negro, to keep the field Negroes in check, the same old slave master today has Negroes who are nothing but modern Uncle Toms, 20th century Uncle Toms, to keep you and me in check, keep us under control, keep us passive and peaceful and nonviolent. That's Tom making you nonviolent.
Bible if God watch you.
Join the
You
movement.
gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
That's not to say you should just pick any old side. It matters who you choose as friends and as enemies too. But in the event of your side losing, people will still recognise that you took a firm stand on the issue. By being hesitant, differing, or just preferring to wait and see what happens in a situation, both the winners and losers of a conflict will regularly come to dislike you. It will always be more advantageous for you to declare yourself and to wage a vigorous war. If you do not declare yourself, you will invariably fall prey to the winner, which will be to the pleasure and satisfaction of the loser, and you will have nothing nor anyone to protect or to shelter you. If an issue needs dealing with, a decision has to be made, regardless of how uncomfortable or controversial it may be. You have to take a stand, otherwise both the victor and loser of the situation will lose respect for you. A prince is respected most when he reveals himself to be either a true friend or a real enemy. The winner does not want doubtful friends who would not aid him when he was in difficulty, and the loser will not harbour you because you did not willingly come to his aid with your sword in hand.
Bible if God watch you.
Join the
You
movement.
gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
You know, from a child up, I always, at first, I wanted to be white, you know, because my family was 20 of us, 6 girls and 14 boys. We would make 50 and 60 bales of cotton, gather all that cotton, and we wouldn't have food in the wintertime. So I figured then the white people must be right. But as I got older, I said, no, it's something wrong. And if I ever get a chance, I'm going to do something about it.
Bible if God watch you.
Join the
You
movement.
gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
We have to look to ourselves, because I think the last frontier of truth and hope in this country are the people themselves. And I think our honorable senator is absolutely right. I'm not that much interested in 06. It's just another date for a lot of rich folks and a lot of anger, and for a lot of opportunists and a lot of people to go out and do their thing yet again. I'm interested in something much bigger, something much longer, and it's going to take much more time than just 06 to fix it.
Bible if God watch you.
Join the
You
movement.
gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Clippini never figured out how Houdini had accomplished this uncanny feat. Interpretation. Although we do not know for certain how Houdini accomplished many of his most ingenious escapes, one thing is clear. It was not the occult, or any kind of magic, that gave him his powers, but hard work and endless practice, all of which he carefully concealed from the world. Houdini never left anything to chance. Day and night he studied the workings of locks, researched centuries-old sleight-of-hand tricks, pored over books on mechanics, whatever he could use. Every moment not spent researching, he spent working his body, keeping himself exceptionally limber, and learning how to control his muscles and his breathing. Early on in Houdini's career, an old Japanese performer whom he toured with taught him an ancient trick: how to swallow an ivory ball, then bring it back up. He practiced this endlessly with a small peeled potato tied to a string. Up and down, he would manipulate the potato with his throat muscles until they were strong enough to move it without the string. No one could check the inside of his throat, where he could conceal small tools to help him escape. Even so, Clippini was fundamentally wrong. It was not Houdini's tools, but his practice, work, and research that made his escapes possible. Clippini, in fact, was completely outwitted by Houdini, who set the whole thing up.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Where them OGs preach and the basslines beat. We don't ask for no seat, we just walk in the room with them grills shining gold like it's high noon. We the product of pain, but we smell like rich. Turn trauma to hustle, got the system pissed. From the pork and beans to the fifth in the wood, we been good. Built dynasties out of should. Ain't no fear in the veins of the dragons now. Got scars like stripes, now we flex like gods. Turn the project stairwell to a...
No more compromise, we define our own story. One body, one spirit, bathed in black glory. Leviathan rising in unstoppable force. Scales locked together, changing history's course. From the depths to the sky, watch the black dragon rise. We are one. Leviathan. Revolution with rhythm. Crown me.
I ain't begging for light, I became the glow. Got my shine from the struggle, let my essence show. Taught the shorties how to fish, not just eat the plate. Now we franchising minds past the city gates. No clout, no gimmicks, just wins and scars. Took pain, wrote scripture, now we living like stars. If you feel me, throw your set with a purpose and pride. Let them know we still kings, no matter what they...
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Goddamn America that's in the Bible for killing innocent people. Goddamn America for treating us citizens as less than human. Goddamn America as long as she tries to act like she is God and she is supreme. The United States government has failed the vast majority of her citizens of African descent.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
The Lord my God will enlighten my darkness. For by thee I have run through a troop, and by my God have I leaped over a wall. As for God, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord is tried. He is a buckler to all those that trust in him. For who is God save the Lord? Or who is a rock save our God? It is God that girdeth me with strength, and maketh my way perfect. He maketh my feet like hinds' feet, and setteth me upon my high places. He teacheth my hands to war, so that a bow of steel is broken by mine arms.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Stop entertaining your people with religion and start teaching your people, and they will respond and they will be a better people. Listen. Let's gather our educators and sit in a room and plan the educational development of our people beyond the contrived education of the Western educational system. They deny you equal education because if you ever get equal education, they can't rule you anymore.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
That's the one thing we have never tried. We've kneeled in, crawled in, prayed in, lied in, slept in, but still we are out. If you want to get what you want, we gotta start with a contract with us. A contract, a covenant with us. We in leadership make a covenant with your people that you will never sell them out. We as leaders, listen. We as leaders, so-called, must make a covenant with our people that nothing is more important than the salvation of a
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. If you pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull a knife out, much less try and heal the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there.
And I, for one, as a Muslim, believe that the white man is intelligent enough. If he were made to realize how black people really feel and how fed up we are without that old compromise and sweet talk, why, you're the one that make it hard for yourself. The white man believes you when you go to him with that old sweet talk, because you've been sweet-talking him ever since he brought you here. Stop sweet-talking him. Tell him how you feel. Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
And with a powerful commitment, I believe that we can transform dark yesterdays of injustice into bright tomorrows of justice and humanity. Let us keep going toward the goal of selfhood, toward the realization of the dream of brotherhood, and toward the realization of the dream of understanding goodwill. Little boy, don't you stop now. Don't you sit down on the steps because you find this kind of hard, but I still going, boy. I still climbing. And life for me ain't been no crystal stair. Well, life for none of us has been a crystal stair, but we must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
What makes the digital panopticon even more insidious is how it creates a sense of freedom while controlling our behavior. You can choose what to post, but the algorithms nudge you toward specific content. You can search the web, but your data is being sold. Are you really in control?
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
from the red hills of Gordon County, Georgia, and the arms of a mother who could neither read nor write, Roland Hayes rose up to be one of the world's great singers and carried his melodious voice into the palaces and mansions of kings and queens. From crippling circumstances, there came a George Washington Carver to carve for himself an imperishable niche in the annals of science. There was a star in the diplomatic sky, and then came Ralph Bunce, the grandson of a slave preacher, and he reached up and grabbed it and allowed it to shine in his life with all of its scintillating beauty. There was a star in the athletic sky. And then came Jackie Robinson in his day and Willie Mays in his day with their powerful bats and their calm spirits. Then came Jesse Owens with his fleet and dashing feet. Then came Joe Louis and Muhammad Ali with their educated fists. All of them came to tell us that we can be somebody, and to justify the conviction of the poet, fleecy locks and black complexion cannot forfeit nature's claim. Skin may differ, but affection dwells in black and white the same.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
What do you think is going to happen in Birmingham, in Jackson, Mississippi, in Philadelphia, in Boston, in Englewood?
Well, Dr. Clark, as you know, these Negro leaders have been telling the white man everything is all right, everything's under control. And they've been telling the white man that Mr. Muhammad is wrong, don't listen to him. But everything that Mr. Muhammad has been saying is going to come to pass, is now coming to pass. And now the Negro leaders are standing up saying that we're about to have a racial explosion. You're going to have a racial explosion. And a racial explosion is more dangerous than an atomic explosion. It's going to explode because black people are dissatisfied. They're dissatisfied not only with the white man, but they're dissatisfied with these Negroes who have been sitting around here posing as leaders and spokesmen for black people and actually making the problem worse instead of making the problem better.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
This is sometimes called the mini-max strategy. So the idea is you think, what's the worst case scenario for me? What could my opponent do that would make me worse off? And then you figure out what's the best strategy against that. So you're minimizing your maximum loss.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
The Lord also will be a refuge for the oppressed, a refuge in times of trouble. And they that know thy name will put their trust in thee, for thou, Lord, hast not forsaken them that seek thee. Sing praises to the Lord which dwelleth in Zion. Declare among the people his doings. When he maketh inquisition for blood, he remembereth them. He forgetteth not the cry of the humble. Have mercy upon me, O Lord. Consider my trouble which I suffer of them that hate me. Thou that liftest me up from the gates of death, that I may show forth all thy praise in the gates of the daughter of Zion. I will rejoice in thy salvation. The heathen are sunk down in the pit that they made. In the net which they hid is their own foot taken. The Lord is known by the judgment which he executeth.
Join the movement.
I'm gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
We are the only culture in the history of humankind that put political empowerment before economic empowerment. Last year, we elected 10,000 black public officials in this country, and we're still at the bottom of the educational and economic heap. Now, what does that mean? I mean no disrespect. What does that mean? We cannot do it by politics alone. How dare we put that kind of pressure on our political leadership?
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
You are staring down the barrel of 300 years of subjugation, racist bullshit, and heart disease. He is telling you there is one goddamn reason you shouldn't go up there right now.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
In his family therapy practice, Dr. Milton H. Erickson found that if the family dynamic was unsettled and dysfunctional, there was inevitably one person who was the stirrer, the troublemaker. In his sessions, he would symbolically isolate this rotten apple by seating him or her apart from the others, if only by a few feet. Slowly, the other family members would see the physically separate person as the source of their difficulty. Once you recognize who the stirrer is, pointing it out to other people will accomplish a great deal. Understanding who controls the group dynamic is a critical realization. Remember, stirrers thrive by hiding in the group, disguising their actions among the reactions of others. Render their actions visible, and they lose their power to upset.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
I left Atlanta this morning, and as we got started on the plane, there were 6 of us. The pilot said over the public address system, "We are sorry for the delay, but we have Dr. Martin Luther King on the plane, and to be sure that all of the bags were checked, and to be sure that nothing would be wrong on the plane, we had to check out everything carefully, and we've had the plane protected and guarded all night. And then I got into Memphis, and some began to say the threats, or talk about the threats that were out, or what would happen to me from some of our sick white brothers. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now, because I've been to the mountaintop.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
The great question is, you see, if it seems to me that the black male situation of the black male is in microcosm the situation of the Christian world. The price of being a black man in America. God bless you.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
It's the weather.
The price you had to pay, the price you're expected to pay, and which you have to outwit, is your sex. No, a black man is forbidden by definition, since he's black, to assume the roles, the burdens, the duties, and the joys of being a man. In the same way that my child produced in your body did not belong to me, but to the master. He could be sold at any moment.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And this erodes a man's sexuality. When you erode a man's sexuality, you destroy his possibility to love anybody. You know, though sex and love are not the same thing, if the man's sexuality is gone, then his possibility, his hope of loving is also gone. You know,
he has no way to express. He has limited way to express.
He has absolutely no floor on which to dance, no room in which to move, no way to get from one day to the next. Because to make love to you is not the same thing as taking you. You know, and it's a journey which both people have got to make with each other.
But why do black men? Why do we allow this to happen?
Look, when one begins to talk about, when I begin to talk about, you know, the situation of black men, I mean, anyone, I'm nearly 50, so that I've got to avoid sounding, you know, in any way defensive, because no, I don't mean that. I don't mean that I think that you're attacking me, but you asked me a question which I'm trying to answer as honestly as I can. I have to look back over my own life, you know, and you save yourself if you have any sense at all, and if you're lucky enough. You know, if you lose your center, and let's say the center is your sex, if you lose that, if you allow that to be destroyed, then everything else is gone. And you have to figure out a way of saving it from the landlord.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
The wealth gap is as broad in this country as it was in 1865 between black America and the rest of America, and that too could be a policy agenda. If we need to build wealth, we need to have strategies in place that allow people to build wealth. And when we're thinking about the development of our communities, we need to not just let any kind of development come in, because the first principles of community say that we need equitable development.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Abraham Lincoln, Frederick Douglass, Fannie Lou Hamer down in Atlantic City when she challenged with the Freedom Mississippi Democratic Party. There are a lot of people who have made speeches that are as eloquent as will ever be written. And we've listened to a lot of redundancy. A lot of people who have carefully selected the phrases and applied them to the moment. What eludes us is the bankruptcy of the action itself.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Given the work that you do on why it is that so many young black folk are disconnected, disengaged from the process. I was in a conversation with some folk the other night, and what really came out of that conversation was it's not that these young folk necessarily don't care. God knows it's not that they're stuck on stupid, they're extremely bright. So many of them, I think, know that this democracy is dysfunctional. And as I said this morning, quoting Dr. West, you can't lead the people if you don't love the people. You can't save the people if you won't serve the people. That's the point that Mr. Farrakhan made a moment ago. Somebody's got to see that you're willing to put your life out there, to take seriously their concerns. I don't know if that's the reason why so many young black folk are disconnected and don't trust the process, because they know it's dysfunctional.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
I waited patiently for the Lord. Then he inclined unto me and heard my cry. He brought me up also out of an horrible pit, out of the miry clay, and set my feet upon a rock, and established my goings. And he hath put a new song in my mouth, even praise unto our God. Many shall see it, and fear, and shall trust in the Lord. Blessed is that man that maketh the Lord his trust, and respecteth not the proud, nor such as turn aside to lies.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
A racial explosion is more dangerous than an atomic explosion. It's going to explode because black people are dissatisfied. They're dissatisfied not only with the white man, but they're dissatisfied with these Negroes who have been sitting around here posing as leaders and spokesmen for black people and actually making the problem worse instead of making the problem better.
What will be the consequence of this explosion?
Anytime you put too many sparks around a powder keg, the thing is going to explode. And if the thing that explodes is still inside the house, then the house will be destroyed.
But what will happen?
So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is telling the white man, get this powder keg out of your house. Let the black people in this country separate from you while there's still time. And if the black man is allowed to separate and go on onto some land of his own, where he can solve his own problems, then there won't be any explosion. And the Negroes who want to stay with the white man, let them stay with the white man.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Ecclesiastes chapter 3. Everything on earth has its own time and its own season. There is a time for birth and death, planting and reaping, for killing and healing, destroying and building, for crying and laughing, weeping and dancing, for throwing stones and gathering stones, embracing and parting. There is a time for finding and losing, keeping and giving, for tearing and sowing, listening and speaking. There is also a time for love and hate, for war and peace. What do we gain by all of our hard work? I have seen what difficult things God demands of us. God makes everything happen at the right time, yet none of us can ever fully understand all He has done, and He puts questions in our minds about the past and the future. I know the best thing we can do is to always enjoy life, because God's gift to us is the happiness we get from our food and drink, and from the work we do. Everything God has done will last forever. Nothing He does can ever be changed. God has done all this so that we will worship Him. Everything that happens has happened before, and all that will be has already been.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Keys to power. To succeed in the game of power, you have to master your emotions. But even if you succeed in gaining such self-control, you can never control the temperamental dispositions of those around you. And this presents a great danger. Most people operate in a whirlpool of emotions, constantly reacting, churning up squabbles and conflicts. Your self-control and autonomy will only bother and infuriate them. They will try to draw you into the whirlpool, begging you to take sides in their endless battles or to make peace for them. If you succumb to their emotional entreaties, little by little, you will find your mind and time occupied by their problems. Do not allow whatever compassion and pity you possess to suck you in. You can never win in this game. The conflicts can only multiply. On the other hand, you cannot completely stand aside, for that would cause needless offense. To play the game properly, you must seem interested in other people's problems, even sometimes appear to take their side. But while you make outward gestures of support, you must maintain your inner energy and sanity by keeping your emotions disengaged. No matter how hard people try to pull you in, Never let your interest in their affairs and petty squabbles go beyond the surface. Give them gifts. Listen with a sympathetic look. Even occasionally play the charmer. But inwardly keep both the friendly kings and the perfidious Borgias at arm's length. By refusing to commit and thus maintaining your autonomy, you retain the initiative. Your moves stay matters of your own choosing, not defensive reactions to the push and pull of those around you. Play a waiting game, and you cannot lose.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but we as a people will get there when we separate from a pharaohic idea of mental slavery. Our children, listen, our children cannot eat at the table of illusion and hypocrisy. Most of us who have access, who have wealth, who have quote unquote positions, we are like mannequins in the shopping mall of democracy.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Keys to power. If you believe that the deceivers are colorful folk who mislead with elaborate lies and tall tales, you are greatly mistaken. The best deceivers utilize a bland and inconspicuous front that calls no attention to themselves. They know that extravagant words and gestures immediately raise suspicion. Instead, they envelop their mark in the familiar, the banal, the harmless. The simplest form of smokescreen is facial expression. Behind a bland, unreadable exterior, all sorts of mayhem can be planned without detection. This is a weapon that the most powerful men in history have learned to perfect. It was said that no one could read Franklin D. Roosevelt's face. Baron James Rothschild made a lifelong practice of disguising his real thoughts behind bland smiles and nondescript looks. Stendhal wrote of Talleyrand, "Never was a face less of a barometer." As one poker manual explains it, while playing his hand, the good player is seldom an actor. Instead, he practices a bland behavior that minimizes readable patterns, frustrates and confuses opponents, permits greater concentration.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
We're a $723 billion annual economy. If we were a nation, we would be the 11th richest nation in the entire world. Okay? But we know that we have taken the art of consumption to a whole new level. We know that less than 5% of our economy is recycled back in our community. All right? So we have to fix that. But we have a huge economic base to work from.
Exactly.
Secondly,
Go ahead, brother.
Secondly, black folk from just my generation alone, and I'm 60 years old, I know I look 35 or 40, but I'm actually 60. And for those of you that were not entirely sure, yes, I am black. Make no mistake. There's a sister going over there. Black folks from just my generation alone.
Thank you for sharing that with us. That was very important for us to know.
Black folks from just my generation alone have amassed over $500 billion hours of formal education and professional training from just one generation alone. If you wanted to convert that into dollars at just $10 an hour and try to get a decent education and professional training for $10 an hour, that means the collective intellectual capital base from one generation alone is worth in excess of $5 trillion.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Game theorists prove that if you use this way of thinking, minimizing your maximum loss, you ensure that no matter how sophisticated your opponent is, you've guarded against the worst case scenario. And not only that, but in zero-sum games, you've done the best you can possibly do.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
But here you have 20 million black people today whose parents were worked for 310 years for nothing. What do they have coming for them? Not only did their parents work 310 years for nothing like an animal, but their parents also were the most faithful soldiers that the master had. What payment have they gotten?
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Interpretation. Louis XIV was a man of very few words. His most famous remark is, "L'État, c'est moi." The state is me. Nothing could be more pithy, yet more eloquent. His infamous, "I shall see," was one of several extremely short phrases that he would apply to all manner of requests. Louis was not always this way. As a young man, he was known for talking at length, delighting in his own eloquence. His later taciturnity was self-imposed, an act, a mask he used to keep everybody below him off balance. No one knew exactly where he stood or could predict his reactions. No one could try to deceive him by saying what they thought he wanted to hear, because no one knew what he wanted to hear. As they talked on and on to the silent Louis, they revealed more and more about themselves, information he would later use against them to great effect.
Join the movement. We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
My personal political philosophy, black nationalism, which means that the black man should control the politics of his own community and control the politicians who are in his own community. My personal economic philosophy is also black nationalism, which means that the black man should have a hand in controlling the economy of the so-called Negro community. He should be developing the type of knowledge that will enable him to own and operate the businesses and thereby be able to create employment for his own people, for his own kind. And the social philosophy also is black nationalism, which means that instead of the black man trying to force himself into the society of the white man, we should be trying to eliminate from our own society the ills and the defects and make ourselves likable and sociable among our own kind. What is your ultimate aim? The only way the problem can be solved. First, the white man and the black man have to be able to sit down at the same table. The white man has to feel free to speak his mind without hurting the feelings of that Negro. And the so-called Negro has to feel free to speak his mind without hurting the feelings of the white man. Then they can bring the issues that are under the rug out on top of the table and take an intelligent approach to get the problem solved. That's the only way that they'll ever do it. We need an action program while we are Muslims, and while we are Christians, or while we are whatever we are. We still need an action program that will eliminate these evils that are in our community. And this is what we're trying to do with the Muslim Mosque Incorporated.
And this other thing, white supremacy, anti-Semitism, and what was this other?
And hatred.
And hatred. And since the white people collectively have practiced the worst form of hatred against Negroes in this country, and they know that they are guilty of it.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
What is it you wanted me to reconcile myself to? I was born here almost 60 years ago. I'm not going to live another 60 years. You always told me it takes time. It has taken my father's time, my mother's time, my uncle's time, my brother's and my sister's time, my nieces and my nephew's time. How much time do you want for your progress?
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Do you think twice before posting, liking, or even browsing certain content? It's not just about being watched. It's about the data that's being gathered. Every click, search, and interaction online is recorded. Companies know your habits, governments track your movements, and social media platforms know your preferences. This invisible surveillance creates a new kind of panopticon where we willingly participate in our own monitoring.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Interpretation. Diane de Poitiers, a woman from a modest bourgeois background, managed to captivate Henry for over 20 years. By the time she died, she was well into her 60s, yet his passion for her only increased with the years. She knew the king well. He was not an intellectual, but a lover of the outdoors. He particularly loved jousting tournaments, with their bright pennants, brilliantly caparisoned horses, and beautifully dressed women. Henry's love of visual splendor seemed childlike to Diane, and she played on this weakness of his at every opportunity. Most astute of all was Diane's appropriation of the goddess Diana. Here she took the game beyond physical imagery into the realm of the psychic symbol. It was quite a feat to transform a king's mistress into an emblem of power and purity, but she managed it. Without the resonance of the goddess, Diane was merely an aging courtesan. With the imagery and symbolism of Diana on her shoulders, she seemed a mythic force destined for greatness. You, too, can play with images like these, weaving visual clues into an encompassing gestalt, as Diane did with her colors and her insignia. Establishing a trademark like these to set yourself apart. Then take the game further. Find an image or symbol from the past that will neatly fit your situation, and put it on your shoulders like a cape. It will make you seem larger than life. Keys to power. Words put you on the defensive. If you have to explain yourself, your power is already in question. The image, on the other hand, imposes itself as a given. It discourages questions, creates forceful associations, resists unintended interpretations, communicates instantly, and forges bonds that transcend social differences. Words stir up arguments and divisions. Images bring people together.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Whenever Pharaoh wanted to prolong the period of slavery in Egypt, he had a favorite formula for doing it. What was that? He kept the slaves fighting among themselves. But whenever the slaves get together, something happens in Pharaoh's court, and he cannot hold the slaves in slavery. When the slaves get together, that's the beginning of getting out of slavery. Now let us maintain unity. Secondly, let us keep the issues where they are.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Your feelings don't change the truth. The truth is just gonna be there. You can feel any kind of way you want to feel about it. Those kind of emotions have kept us from growing. Because anything we don't like, we just reject that and say, well, I don't believe that. That don't mean that it's not the truth.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
I have seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but we as a people will get there when we separate from a pharaohic idea of mental slavery. Our children, listen, our children cannot eat at the table of illusion and hypocrisy. Most of us who have access, who have wealth, who have quote unquote positions, we are like mannequins in the shopping mall of democracy.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
Keys to power. If you believe that the deceivers are colorful folk who mislead with elaborate lies and tall tales, you are greatly mistaken. The best deceivers utilize a bland and inconspicuous front that calls no attention to themselves. They know that extravagant words and gestures immediately raise suspicion. Instead, they envelop their mark in the familiar, the banal, the harmless. The simplest form of smokescreen is facial expression. Behind a bland, unreadable exterior, all sorts of mayhem can be planned without detection. This is a weapon that the most powerful men in history have learned to perfect. It was said that no one could read Franklin D. Roosevelt's face. Baron James Rothschild made a lifelong practice of disguising his real thoughts behind bland smiles and nondescript looks. Stendhal wrote of Talleyrand, "Never was a face less of a barometer." As one poker manual explains it, while playing his hand, the good player is seldom an actor. Instead, he practices a bland behavior that minimizes readable patterns, frustrates and confuses opponents, permits greater concentration.
Join the movement.
Gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with them. Walking down whole time.
We are Leviathan. Together we rise.
We're a $723 billion annual economy. If we were a nation, we would be the 11th richest nation in the entire world. Okay? But we know that we have taken the art of consumption to a whole new level. We know that less than 5% of our economy is recycled back in our community. All right? So we have to fix that. But we have a huge economic base to work from.
Exactly.
Secondly,
Go ahead, brother.
Secondly, black folk from just my generation alone, and I'm 60 years old, I know I look 35 or 40, but I'm actually 60. And for those of you that were not entirely sure, yes, I am black. Make no mistake. There's a sister going over there. Black folks from just my generation alone.
Thank you for sharing that with us. That was very important for us to know.
Black folks from just my generation alone have amassed over 500 billion hours of formal education and professional training from just one generation alone. If you wanted to convert that into dollars at just $10 an hour and try to get a decent education.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of the great state of Illinois, crossroads of a nation, land of Lincoln, let me express my deepest gratitude for the privilege of addressing this convention.
So I was blessed to first talk to my dear brother Barack Obama right after the speech that he gave in Boston at the Democratic National Convention.
America, tonight, if you feel the same energy that I do, if you feel the same urgency that I do, if you feel the same passion that I do, if you feel the same hopefulness that I do, if we do what we must do, then I have no doubt this country will reclaim its promise, and out of this long political darkness, a brighter day will come. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you.
He's a wonderful speaker in a lot of different ways, and he said something about America being a magical place. And then I went on TV and I said, well, this brother's going to have a Christopher Columbus experience. He's going to discover that there's nothing magical about America. America is great and grand because people fought blood, sweat, and tears. And at the same time, when you look at the plight and predicament of indigenous peoples, of black peoples, of working peoples, of poor peoples, and others, that many of them are still very much catching hell. So this is not Disneyland. This is not Disney World. It may sound good on television, but you have to be honest in telling the truth. And so he called me up and he said, brother, why would you say that? I said it because I believed it. That's the only reason why I say that. He said, well, I was hoping that you would be open to me. I know you are, progressive and leftist, and I'm very progressive, but I'm not as left as you. I said, oh, it's not a question of agreeing with me. I mean, I've supported Bill Bradley. I supported Al Sharpton. I supported my dear brother Ralph Nader. I support a whole lot of folk who I don't have full agreement with, but I want to make sure that their voices resonate enough with a concern for poor and working people here and around the world. That's the legacy of Martin King. I'm going down with that, see. And he said, I appreciate it, and I decided to be a critical supporter. I told him quite explicitly, I will break my neck to do everything I can to push you over the finish line, and I will break dance the afternoon that you win in sheer celebration of you and a black man being in the White House, a black family being in the White House, built by black slaves. I said, but the next day, I'm going to be your major critic, brother, because I'm a critic of the system. So all the black faces at the height of an unjust system, I'm still critical of the system. Well, he's a black president. Fox News is coming at him. The conservatives hate him. The white supremacists want to kill him. Brother West, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. We ought not be critical of a black president. Oh, please. No, not me. Blackness never should obscure our moral and spiritual commitment to poor and working people, no matter who they are here and abroad. But it's real because they're human beings. And Barack Obama, I think, is a beautiful person in terms of personal connections and relations for many people. But love takes the form of correction as well as protection. You can't love folk and not tell them the truth in a critical way. You can't love folk and not want them to be better. You can't love folk and not engage in forms of critique. So black love is not just a matter of speaking truth to power, of white supremacist elites. That's a crucial part of it. Black love is also speaking truth to black people. And you don't love black people in order for black people to love you back. You love black people because they're worthy of being loved. So when you engage in black loving critique and they come at you tooth and nail and you are misunderstood and misconstrued, you keep moving with a smile. You try to learn and listen, but at the same time you recognize, I'm not loving black folk in order to be popular. This is not about popularity. This is about loving truth and beauty and goodness and the holy. This is about integrity, honesty, decency. This is not about trying to somehow gain the favor. That's very crucial for each and every one of us as we talk about white supremacy and black love in all of its depth and breadth.
Lift every voice.
I don't believe it's possible to lift your voice, to find your voice, without also mustering the courage to examine yourself, to scrutinize yourself, to question yourself. It's not just a matter of having the courage of what you believe, but sometimes you also have to question the very things you do believe, because you could be too narrow, too parochial, too provincial, and the end and aim is to grow and expand and mature so that your conception of your blackness goes hand in hand with your conception of your humanness, your conception of your creativity, and it must move from a very, very narrow space. We all emerge as children within our own small silos. And the last thing you want to do is become an adult in another small silo. You want to be able to have a comprehensive and an all-embracing way of seeing what's going on in the world and feeling deeply and acting courageously. There is a peculiar power of telling the truth that makes you freer, that makes you more willing to grow, expand, and mature. But it's not a one-moment thing. It's a set of habits over time that allows you to continually engage in the truth-telling about yourself, about your society, about the world. And as you engage in that process, it's always retail. It's never wholesale, because you never get the whole truth about yourself. There's always dark secrets within your own soul that you never fully have access to yourself. That's why you need others. And the ones who really love you, they'll tell you the truth very lovingly that you don't want to confront. The ones who care for you want to ensure that you don't live a lie to such a degree that it darkens your soul, but recognizes that whatever truths that you tell are still partial truths. And the difference between retail truth and wholesale truth is very important here. Nobody has unequivocal access to wholesale truth, ever, at all. We are human beings, cracked vessels, finite creatures, disappearing organisms. But that doesn't mean that there are not crucial retail truths, partial truths about ourselves that can free us up. And once you are unleashed and begin to soar like an eagle and you've been like an inch-moving worm for so long, that's a sense of freedom. That's a sense of freedom.
Thank you for joining the discussion. As we've said before, Black history is our collective American history. We must challenge ourselves to find the path forward so we don't doom ourselves to recreate the mistakes of the past. But we're not finished. Please join us for part 3 of Black History, Black Freedom, and Black Love.
JP, come and mark.
Okay. As you know, in parts 1 and 2, we talked about the past and the present. Now, we're going to discuss the future. You and the other instructors have many different ideas about the best way forward. What do you think is important for our students to remember?
Astoundingly, when we think about it, racism and white supremacy seem like silly, simple, simplistic ways of looking at the world, but they're actually astoundingly complex social phenomena. If they were really simple, they'd be really easy to remove. I think the thing that's important to remember is that Black love is a gravitational force within the Black community. Anytime we've seen societal change, it's been because a large number of people were making small contributions in their own way. Until the tides shifted and they were able to make large societal change. And I'd say you can be one of those people.
In this specific class, you will learn, as Americans, we don't get to pick and choose which part of the legacy we claim. So if you want to claim the great legacy of America, you also have to take on this nation's debt.
Because when people have told you for 400 years certain lies, those lies have effects. And that's why love is always a form of death. There can be no Black love without the attempt to promote the death of white supremacy inside of Black people.
Our telling our stories is the key to bettering this United States of America. If we don't tell our stories, we won't have the opportunity to fix the wrongs that have been done.
But we have to get past this idea that the most glorious thing that a Black person can present themselves as is as a victim. Focusing on obstacles as the most interesting and charismatic thing that we as Black people can dwell upon gets us nowhere.
We have to exercise every bit of power that we have at every opportunity. We can't afford to leave any power on the table.
Our goal is to recreate hope. Generation after generation after generation.
I invite each and every one of you, have the courage to say, let me see what this wrestling with white supremacy and Black love is all about. See what we got to say to you.
I'm Nicole Hannah-Jones.
I'm Sherilyn Ifill.
I'm Kimberly Williams Crenshaw.
I am Cornell West.
I'm Angela Davis.
I'm John McWhorter.
I'm Jelani Cobb, and this is Masterclass.
When we talk about the belief of too many Black people in terms of thinking that we are less beautiful or less intelligent or less moral, it means you end up devaluing yourself, disrespecting yourself, dismissing yourself, and doing the same thing to other Black people. And 400 years is a long time when every authority in the culture, from science, the universities, the churches, across the board, media, all telling black people we're less beautiful, less moral, and less intelligent. And we had to create countervailing voices, you see. And those countervailing voices had to say, white supremacy is a lie. It may be alive and well, but it is a lie. And you don't want to live a lie, especially in the short time that you have in your life. And so you have to be able to then create a community with families and networks and affiliations, with music and arts and religious practices and scientific practices, some kind of countervailing space where you can be yourself, believe in yourself, thoroughly allow yourself to be fully human. And when you're fully human, you know you got some wonderful things inside of you and you got some gangster things inside of you. But you still are able to accept you for who you are and attempt to accent the wonderful side and attenuate and minimize the gangster side. And it's one of the most difficult things to come to terms with as a black person, because you've got to, on the one hand, negotiate and navigate too much contempt coming your way. But on the other hand, you can't conclude because the contempt is coming at you that somehow you don't have some of the contempt inside of you, of yourself. Because when people have told you for 400 years certain lies, those lies have effects. And that's why love is always a form of death. There can be no black love without the attempt to promote the death of white supremacy inside of black people. But you also have to come to terms with the white supremacy inside of black souls. You don't have to have white brothers and sisters around to see white supremacy operating, because it's inside of us. And so black love requires a extricating of the white supremacy inside of black people. And as you attempt to kill that white supremacy inside of you, a stronger, more powerful black human being emerges. But it is an endless process. Every black person has some white supremacy inside of them, because the whole world has been shaped by white supremacist perceptions and sensibilities that are connected to European cultures that tried to reshape the whole world in the image of those nations between the Ural Mountains and the Atlantic Ocean. It's called European colonialism and imperialism, with tremendous cultural impact on the psyche of black peoples. Now look at our precious indigenous brothers and sisters. They wrestle with similar kinds of challenges, but they already had civilizations they had intimate connections to. So as the genocidal attacks took place, they still remained within their tightly knit families and communities. The devastation has been real, but their resistance, cultural and psychic, has been real too. Whereas we black people, with the slave ships and the slave auctions and the plantations, were rendered distant from our rich African histories and heritages and civilizations. So we're caught in the whirlwind of white supremacy. And we had to remake ourselves in the whirlwind. I love it when Garvey says when he comes, he said, when I come back after I'm dead, you find me in the whirlwind. That Jamaican brother, with all of his deep black love, understood exactly what I'm talking about. That to be black is to be caught in a whirlwind of white supremacy where it's difficult to be in contact with your roots. And without contact with your roots, it's hard to know what routes you're going to take. And the routes that you take that are given to you are white approval, white affirmation. We're never able to be in contact with the depths of our own God-given humanity and dignity, so we can look at ourselves only through the eyes of the white gaze, only through the eyes of a white mainstream, so hungry and thirsty for the approval of the white establishment so we could feel good about ourselves, and yet we are still spiritually and morally captive to the very white supremacy we thought we were opposing. But white supremacy has a certain unity because it has a fundamental end and aim, which is to dehumanize black folk, dehumanize people of color. And so the question becomes, how does one acknowledge the fact that we have to negotiate and navigate in white supremacist spaces, but at the same time cut over against the white supremacist perception of ourselves, as well as white supremacist perceptions of white folk. And it creates tremendous tensions, as you can imagine. We have to overcome those tensions in an honest manner.
There are a lot of narratives that people use to make sense of the world. There are dominant narratives, and then there are what we call counter narratives. So here's a dominant narrative. United States is the home of the free and the brave. We are an egalitarian society. So if we look at patterns of who gets what, who's where, the dominant narrative tells us that those who are on the bottom because of some deficit that they have, either their work ethic or their culture. It's not a problem of our system. It's not a problem of our institutions. That's a dominant narrative. The problem is the power behind the fiction that one group is superior and another group is marginal, that the rewards and the status and the privilege that one group has is because they deserve it, because they worked hard for it. And the reason the other group doesn't have it is because they haven't worked hard, or they don't deserve it, or there's something wrong with them. Biologically, that used to be the thought. Now, people don't say that so much. A counter narrative would say, not so fast. The United States aspires to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. It aspires to create equal opportunity, but that's far more of a hope and a dream than a reality. So the counter narrative would be, we have to actually look very seriously and very closely at how our institutions have been structured, how historically so much of opportunity has been distributed on a racial basis. And that distribution of homes, of jobs, of health, of wealth, all of those things continue to bear the imprint of those intentional decisions to rig the system. So a counter narrative sings in a dissonant note. Yeah, that's what we want, but the reality is what we have created. So the counter narrative says, pay attention to this. Yes, let's celebrate what we want to be, but let's be honest. Let's be capable to have a straightforward confrontation in what we've actually been. American history is a story. It is a story told in many different registers. It's told by many different people. There is always a story. History is a story. Law is a story. Culture is a story. What story do you tell about who you are in this country? What story do you tell about your people in this country? What story do you tell about this country? Stories are the things that tell us when there's an injustice and when there's not. Stories are the things that tell us that a particular law or a particular program is either important to correct for discrimination or is preferential treatment or reverse discrimination. If you don't tell your story, if you don't make clear how the past has helped structure your future, the future of all of us, then we will not, as a country, be able to perfect the wrongs from the past. Racial amnesia is a condition of possibility that makes it possible for people to say things like, why is it that Black people, after so many centuries in this country, still have less than other people do? When immigrants have come here, and within a generation are middle class, within 2 generations are upper middle class. What is it about Black people that consistently reproduces some of the same outcomes? Racial amnesia is something that our history teaches us to perform. It teaches us not to tell the story of, for example, the federal housing program that pumped $2 billion into our housing stock and then allowed that $2 billion to be distributed almost exclusively to white people, actually creating the white middle class. That is one of the most significant public policies of all time, absent slavery itself, that contributes to the marked disparities in housing ownership, in wealth that comes from housing ownership, in well-being that comes from wealth. To ask why that is happening, to approach contemporary efforts to address some of the consequences of this structured inequality as though we don't know the answer to it, as though what happened in the past has nothing to do with today, is to rehearse racial amnesia. In fact, those old forms of discrimination are probably more consequential 50, 60, 80 years later than they were at the time. At the time, a Black GI, a white GI both had $40 a month to spend on housing. The white GI can buy a house. The Black GI has to live in a tenement. Fast forward 50 years later, the white GI's children, grandchildren have inherited wealth. The Black GI's children probably have inherited debt. That difference grows over time. It's just like any other kind of capital. If you have it, it grows. If you don't have it, the difference between you having it and not is greater later down the generational line than it is when it started. Historical amnesia allows us to look at Black impoverishment relative to white and think that it's a contemporary phenomenon, not one that has roots in the past. We think that stories that foreground how our society has been structured as a way of justifying segregation, justifying slavery, justifying genocide, justifying manifest destiny. These stories in critical race theory, in anti-racism, have to be told in order for people to understand why it's important to have conversations about the Tulsa Massacre, for example, why it's important to understand Wilmington, why it's important to understand segregated schools or entire professions in which people who are brown and black were pushed out. You cannot understand what they look like today if you don't tell the story about how they were structured in the past. And for those who say, why do we have to tell all that old stuff? It's not making any of us happy. It makes a lot of people feel bad. For those who say we don't have to tell those stories, recognize that if you don't tell your story, somebody's going to tell it for you. And the story they're going to tell is not a story about how you were kept in the back of the line and not able to run an equal opportunity race until 1965 at the earliest. They're not going to tell that story. They're not going to tell the story about $120 billion worth of housing that was created for white people that you didn't get access to. They're not going to tell that story. They're not going to tell the story about how less than 2% of people in historically white universities were Black people in the 50s and 60s. They're not going to tell those stories. What they are going to tell is stories about how this is all a matter of choice, or all a matter of hard work, or how racial inequality is just a product of prejudice that is quickly fading into history. So if we don't tell our stories, if we don't engage in the counter narratives against the dominant narrative that everything is moving in the right direction, we were a country that was born pretty much perfect and we've just gotten better since. If we don't tell a counter narrative to that story, then the idea that being anti-racist is racist, the idea that paying attention to race is racist, the idea of being race conscious is the thing we're not supposed to be anymore, all those ideas will put a lock on our ability to continue to transform and make our society a more egalitarian one. Our telling our stories is the key to bettering this United States of America. If we don't tell our stories, we won't have the opportunity to fix the wrongs that have been done.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues on the Congressional Black Caucus. The American government still owes a debt. The Congressional Black Caucus has always been at the forefront of fighting against systemic racism. Systemic racism, however, has been a cancer on the skin and the fabric of this nation that has not been remedied, it is only deepened. And H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals, is the answer to the original sin. This is America's responsibility to pay her debt.
Of course, the evil institution of slavery was legally abolished over 150 years ago on December 6, 1865, via ratification of the 13th Amendment, following the end of the tragic Civil War. But putting aside the injustice of monetary reparations from current taxpayers for the sins of a small subset of Americans from many generations ago, the fair distribution of reparations would be nearly impossible once one considers the complexity of the American struggle to abolish slavery. The federal government can't constitutionally provide compensation today to a specific racial group because other members of that group, maybe several generations ago, were discriminated against and treated inhumanely.
When we talk or think about reparations, of course, one of the first things that you hear from people who oppose the very concept of restitution is no one is alive who was in slavery and no one is alive who enslaved someone. But the answer to that is quite simple. Black people have been trying to get reparations since the time of slavery, since right after slavery, since 50 years after slavery, since now. Economist Sandy Darity, who is one of the nation's premier experts on reparations, calls this process delay until death, that our country has never wanted to pay restitution for people who had actually been enslaved, nor their descendants. And instead, we just wait for everyone to die off and then say, well, there are no victims. The other thing I think that is important is reparations is both for the legacy of actual slavery and for the 100 years of racial apartheid and racial terrorism that Black people experienced all the way until 1968. I am soon to be a 45-year-old woman, and I am at 45 years old, part of the first generation of Black Americans in the history of this land who was born with full rights of citizenship. I am of the first generation for whom it was not legal to discriminate against me in housing, in schools, in jobs, just because I was a descendant of American slavery. So we're not talking about an ancient history. We are talking about an ongoing legacy and a forced wealth poverty that Black Americans experience that no other group in this country has had to experience. When you look at the racial wealth gap, when you look at where Black people live, the types of schools that Black people must attend, the Black experience is a singular experience. And I think why the time is now, the time has always been now. What is different is that we are in a particular political moment, I think, where politicians and increasing numbers of Americans are willing to consider this as a real issue. In my lifetime, I've never seen reparations not treated as a fringe issue, as something that only unserious people talk about, but that has certainly changed. I think it's changed with the follow-up of the first Black president being a white nationalist president. I think it's changed with so much of the understanding around the significance of the year 1619 and that 400-year legacy, the George Floyd protests, where we all watched a Black man in 2020 get lynched on national television. I think that for all of those reasons, reparations is being treated, and a lot of organizing by activists that is finally bearing fruit, that now is the time because it seems like politically, we are at a moment, but it's always been the time. One of the key points of opposition to reparations is that it's a handout, that why should I have to pay for something that I didn't do? But it really misses a key point of our history, which is that our government has long subsidized the well-being of white Americans to the detriment of Black Americans. That we only seem to get this stinginess when it comes to Black people, that so many of our social programs, starting with the Homesteaders Act, which was literally giving away free land to white people who didn't even live in America yet, while denying land to Black people whose families had worked that land to the wealth of others for generations, to New Deal programs that largely build the white middle class. 98% of the loans that were secured by the federal government until 1968 went to white homeowners. The federal government was building white-only suburbs that it was subsidizing. We've seen again and again these programs that have really uplifted and built a white middle class and deprived Black people of those same opportunities. So that alone would be justification for a race-specific policy for Black Americans. But on top of that, it wasn't just that Black people were not being allotted the same opportunities. Black people were being deprived of these opportunities. Black people were having their businesses and their prosperous Black communities burned down. Black people underwent state-sanctioned violence. No one has ever paid Black people back for all the taxes that they paid for public schools that their children were barred from attending, from public parks that their children couldn't go to, from public swimming pools and public libraries that they were paying for with their tax dollars, but they couldn't use. So Black folks have actually been subsidizing other Americans for our entire existence in this country. Then when it comes to a repayment of that debt, suddenly everyone is really concerned about affirmative action. A claim for reparations doesn't have to be tied directly to slavery, but of course it's tied to slavery because the systems of anti-Blackness, the racial apartheid laws that the generation right behind me, my father's generation, had to live under, those were all legacies of slavery. The reason that Black people suffer the conditions that we suffer today, the reason that Black people are on the bottom of every indicator of well-being is because we are the descendants of people that this country thought could be enslaved, and that this country created laws and policies to maintain in the bottom of that racial caste system. So I think in some ways to call them reparations for slavery, it's a misnomer. These are reparations for the ongoing legacy of slavery.
If we were to pay reparations today, we would only divide the country further, making it harder to build the political coalitions required to solve the problems facing Black people today. We would insult many Black Americans by putting a price on the suffering of their ancestors.
There are many people who are opposed to reparations, and they give a myriad of reasons in which in my New York Times essay, What is Owed, I knocked down every one of them. So, of course, the first thing that you hear is no one is responsible for slavery today. There's no people who have been enslaved today. Everyone has the same rights. Of course, having the same rights that Black people should have already had as citizens of this country is not reparations. And the Dr. King, outside of that one quote in the I Have a Dream speech that everyone likes to bring up, actually talks about economic redistribution as the next fight in the civil rights battle.
We aren't merely struggling to integrate a lunch counter now. We're struggling to get some money to be able to buy a hamburger or a steak when we get to the counter.
Black people had to have economic redistribution because economic equality was the next fight for actual equality. So that argument is everyone is dead. Again, people fought to get reparations when people were still living victims of slavery. And we followed up slavery with 100 years of racialized apartheid against the descendants. The other thing is people say, well, this is unfair to white people. Or what if my family never owned slaves, or my family moved here after the end of slavery, and we didn't play a role in that. My answer to that is you also didn't sign the Declaration of Independence, but you want to claim that, right? So you don't get, as Americans, we don't get to pick and choose which part of the legacy we claim and which part we say we have no obligation to. You have to take the good and the bad. So if you want to claim the great legacy of America, our Constitution, our Declaration, the glory, then you also have to take on this nation's debt. Other people say it would be unfair to people who are not Black. Reparations for slavery is reparations for slavery. And this is not simply reparations for people being treated badly or reparations because people were discriminated against. Every other group besides Indigenous people were voluntary immigrants to this country, and facing discrimination is not undergoing 250 years of racial slavery and 100 years of racial apartheid. So I think we need to stop lumping all other groups together and understand that slavery was a singular and unique crime against humanity, and Black people's conditions today can be traced directly to that. One thing I think is really critical when we think about reparations is we have to confront the arguments about why Black people are undeserving of reparations head on. So there's this belief where if Black people simply stopped being pathological and started living like other people, we wouldn't need reparations because we are in an equal society. So when we look at the period at the end of the Civil Rights Movement, when Black people for the first time in 1968 have the same legal rights to citizenship as any other American, that was simply saying from here on forward, you cannot legally discriminate against this group of people. That did not reset the clock, right? That didn't at that moment make everything equal All of the years where Black people were kept out of labor unions, kept out of the best schools, kept out of the best jobs, kept out of homeownership, all of that did not become erased because Black people suddenly got equal rights. Dr. King and even Lyndon B. Johnson said,
"You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains,
then take the shackles off and put them at the starting line,
and then say you are free to compete with all the others, and still justly believe that you have been completely fair."
That's not common sense, but that is the approach we have when it comes to Black Americans. You have your rights now. We're not going to do anything to redress 250 years of economic exploitation. We're now equal. That's as if you were a parent who had 2 children, and one of your children, your white child, you invested in a college fund, you gave them allowance every week, and for the first 18 years of their life, you gave them the best private school education, you put money in their college fund, you gave them their weekly allowance, and then your Black child, you didn't give any of that to. And then on their 18th birthday, you say, I'm going to treat you both exactly the same now. Everything I give one, I'm going to give the other. That's not equality. That other child had a 20-year head start, and even if you treat them exactly the same from here on out, this child will never be able to catch up. The only way that that child can catch up, you have to stop giving to the white child, or you have to give the Black child a hell of a lot more than you were giving the white child in order for that child to catch up. This is a circumstance that Black Americans are in. We have given white Americans hundreds of years economic head start, and then starting in 1968, we said, okay, we're not going to do that anymore. Everybody's equal. But Black people are deserving of no extra help. You're on your own. Well, what we have is that despite everything that Black people do, we're still on our own. And no matter what we do, I know every single one of you who is Black and middle class knows a lower income white person who was able to get into a neighborhood that you couldn't buy into because their parents gave them the down payment and we don't have a down payment to put down. This is how the system maintains. And the only way to destruct that system is to transfer wealth to Black people who were prevented from earning it. So we're told that if Black people bought homes, but homeownership does not actually close the racial wealth gap for Black Americans. We're told if Black people just go to college, we actually know that white high school dropouts have more wealth than Black high school graduates. We're told if Black people stop having children out of wedlock, Black families who are married have less wealth than single moms who are white. We are told that if Black people just save more, Black people actually save proportionally higher rates than any other racial group. They just have less money to save. So everything that we're told that Black people should do if they want to close the racial wealth gap, even when Black people do those things, the racial wealth gap maintains. That is because slavery at its heart was not a system of racism, but a system of racial exploitation. It was the extraction of wealth from Black communities, and that wealth was given to white communities. That is the same thing for the system of racial apartheid. It was about keeping an exploitable class of labor. So you cannot close wealth gaps with anything but wealth. You have to transfer wealth. We are a deeply unequal society where Black people still face discrimination in every aspect of American life, and you cannot close the racial wealth gap just by Black people being better people. It won't work. It's just a convenient lie. Black people can do everything, quote unquote, right, and they will still have a gaping wealth gap, which currently is identical to the wealth gap that existed at the time that Dr. King was still alive. The average Black family with children today has 1 cent of wealth for every $1 that the average white family with children has. Getting a college degree and buying a house will not close that racial wealth gap. The other argument is, who would we give it to? As if that is an unknowable thing. I frankly think that's a cop-out and the easiest of all answers. And the last is, how can we afford it? If anything has been clear about this pandemic, it's apparently this country prints money. Because when we needed to come up with trillions of dollars overnight to rescue Americans, we found the money to do that. So I think you can no longer honestly make the argument that reparations is too expensive. And I also think it's critical to understand it's actually bad for our entire economy and our entire country to have 13% of the population held artificially wealth poor. An investment in reparations is actually an investment in our entire society.
When I was a high school student, I had a good friend named Daryl. And one day we were hanging out at his house, and his father, Mr. Felker, who was a big jazz fan, decided that he was going to go into the city from Queens and buy some records. And we rode along with him. There was something in the news about someone being referred to as the N-word, some prominent Black person who'd been spoken of that way. And the 14-year-old version of me said, those are fighting words. Like, that's when you start swinging. And Mr. Felker was quiet for a minute, and he said, if I call you Robert, will you answer? And I said, no. And if I call you David, will you answer? And I said, no. Or John, no. Why not? Because none of those are my name. And he said, so if I call you by the N-word, but you know you're not that, why would you answer to that? And I thought that was really profound. Here was this Black man who had lived in segregation, and he was saying these things because they reflected really hard-won wisdom about how to navigate racism and what to do when people attempt to dehumanize you. And what Mr. Felker was saying to me was that people don't get to humiliate you without your consent. They attempt to dehumanize you, but you don't have to actually consent to that process. You can maintain your integrity and dignity of who you are, irrespective of what people around you are trying to do. And that's been one of the most important lessons that I've taken from that moment, but also from so many of the other moments that are inscribed in the history of Black people in this country. The story of the historian Carter G. Woodson. Carter G. Woodson founded something called Negro History Week in 1926 that went on to become Black History Month, the month of February, as a commemoration of his work. He was an amazing man. Both of his parents were slaves. He didn't go to high school until he was in his 20s. He worked as a coal miner. But when he finished high school, he enrolled in college, finished college, and then enrolled at Harvard University, where he became the second Black person to earn a PhD from Harvard. The first had been W.E.B. Du Bois. Along the way, he wrote about this, he talked about conversations he would have with faculty who would say outright that Black people were inferior. Not that they would intimate it, not that they would suggest it. They would say it with the weight of empirical fact that Black people were inferior. And these were his professors. And while many people would have said, this is cause for me to leave this place, Woodson endured, he persevered, exited Harvard with his PhD in history, and then spent the next 50 years writing books to refute the ideas of white supremacy and defend Black humanity. He literally took the tools of people who had deemed him and his community inferior and use them to undermine their very thinking. And we can find that again and again and again. Like, that's not an uncommon narrative that we see people finding attempts to deny your humanity that only fuel your efforts to defend and protect it.
The N-word begins as just a descriptive word for Black people by, for example, Englishmen, not to mention other whites. At first, it just means the blackies, essentially. Rather predictably, it ends up also being a slur, and that's where you get the N-word that most of us probably think of at first. Then there's a natural human process where people of a subordinate group will take a term that's thrown at them and bring it in as an in-group term of affection. It's not only Black people who've done this. You see people doing this all over the world, where to be intimate is partly to lower yourself to people to an extent. You might want to get drunk together or something like that. Another way of doing that is to start calling one another the N-word, where what you mean by it is buddy. And so you have something that starts out primarily in the United States used as a slur. Then you have this in-group usage, which, contrary to popular belief, traces way, way back. It didn't start with rap. It didn't start with Richard Wright. This goes way back. The big surprise would have been if slaves weren't already using the word in that way. And so you have this word that means two very different things. It means scum of the earth, but then it also means buddy. And that creates endless confusion in our current situation, especially given that as Black and white people come together in the way that they have, especially over the past few decades, you end up with non-Black, particularly boys, who are listening to the same music as Black boys and who develop a sense of identification with Black culture and therefore naturally want to start calling one another the N-word to mean buddy. And to them, that feels perfectly natural. And I think that in at least a generous mood, all of us can understand how that would feel. You're a bunch of white boys who only listen to rap, and you're all in somebody's room or in somebody's garage, moving and chanting to that music, halfway feeling like you're Black yourself because Black people are cool. Why would that word not come along with it? And so you end up having three words. You've got the slur, and then you've got the buddy, and then you've got, of all things, a white 17-year-old calling his friend the N-word and meaning it not as the slur, but as buddy, although part of the reason the word is used to mean buddy is because, in a way, you're kind of putting the person down. You're leveling the person. Now, it's one thing when Black men do that among one another. Then you're listening to Ethan and Joel do it. And so we've got this really challenging word at this point. One of the silliest things, though, talk about America growing up linguistically, is when a white person will say, well, if they can use it, why can't we? And often what they mean is not, why can't Ethan and Joel use it? But they mean, why can't we call somebody that when we're angry if they're calling each other that all the time? But it's two words. One of them is a slur. It has given birth to a whole other word, which is a different one. So the issue is you can't use it because your usage of it would be usage of a different word, not this other one. But goodness, this word creates confusion because, of course, there are blurry lines involved. One thing that we have to remember is that the N-word is not the only term that has been incorporated as a term of affection among groups. Now, the N-word has permeated further into the general culture, in part because it's part of a music that's become America's favorite music. We live in the United States where, hip hop is played at weddings, white weddings. I've been to them. Ones where I was the only Black person there and the soundtrack was mostly, Tupac, etc. That's normal now. But the fact is that Black men calling each other the N-word is the same thing as what you will hear in, say, the gay community, where the F word there, and I don't mean fuck, is used in that particular way. Or women are given to using the word bitch, if I may, in that affectionate way, in a way that as a man, I could not use it. So this is something people do. Mujik in Russian is technically a word for peasant, just some boring word for peasant. There have been times when said peasants, drinking together, will use the word mujik to mean precisely what black men might mean by motherfucker. That's what it means. It means buddy. It's the same thing. People do that all over the world. So the N-word isn't as exotic as people think, except that it's jumped the rails and now they're non-black people trying to use it in that same way. I think that we need to stop being so sensitive about that word in particular, because if somebody yells that word at you and you go all to pieces and you start crying and you go on Twitter, etc., well, frankly, talk about carte blanche, that gives the next obnoxious feeling white person a power to go do that to somebody else because they can see that it gets a jump out of us. If a critical mass, and I know I'm speaking idealistically, if a critical mass of us stopped jumping when some idiot used that word in abuse against us, after a while, it would start to lose its power. There is one solution to this, and it is to stop giving that word its power. There is no other solution. You cannot stop white people from ever using that word. If we love ourselves, we can't let anybody hurt us to this degree with something so easy.
One of the earliest lessons that you are taught in this society is that education is the great equalizer. And we are taught to believe that what also makes America exceptional is our public education, that we were one of the first nations to begin adopting a system of common schools that would be funded for and by the public. But the darker side of that story is that from the very beginning, with the first public schools being established in Boston, Massachusetts in the 1800s, we have never intended Black children to receive the same type of education as white children. In fact, for the vast history of this country, it was illegal for most Black children to learn to read and write. And when we began public schools, Black children were at first prohibited from those public schools, and then, of course, legally segregated within those public schools. So I, of course, didn't know any of that history when I was in second grade, and all of a sudden, my bus ride started getting a lot longer, and all of a sudden, I wasn't going to school in my neighborhood anymore, but I was going to school across the river, deep in the white side of town, in someone else's neighborhood. I didn't realize at the time I was part of a voluntary school desegregation order that my hometown implemented to avoid being sued by the Justice Department. And I wouldn't realize that really until I was an adult and really began reporting on school segregation myself. But the impact that that program had on me is clear. I went from some of the lowest performing schools in my community to the highest performing. And me being the same child, I suddenly got access to the best teachers and the best instruction and the best facilities. And I can't say for certain whether I would have found the success that I found if I had remained in my segregated, under-resourced schools, but I can tell you that based on the data and statistics, it would have been far less likely. I started my career covering a very segregated school system in North Carolina and really seeing up front and close and personal how segregation still existed, even though we say that it was prohibited by the Supreme Court in 1954, and how Black children still don't get the same resources as white children unless they're in schools with white children. I remember being a young reporter and seeing all of these people who were advocating on behalf of Black children in these segregated schools. And you would ask them, well, where does your child go to school? And every last one of them would say that their child didn't go to school with the kids that they said they were fighting for. And they always had a good reason, a legitimate reason. But I also understood that that really came from a belief that some children were more worthy than others, that there was a fear of Black children, and that we somehow believe Black children are simply deserving of less. It's easy to have values when you don't have to live them. And it's easy to say what you will do when you don't have to make that decision. Fast forward some years after that, I was a parent and I was in New York City. And even though this still seems shocking to many people, though not to people who've been paying attention, New York City has some of the most segregated schools in the country. And now I had to decide whether I was going to live my values, which is I don't believe that those of us who have resources should be taking our children away from the kids who don't. And I chose, and then told my husband that this is what we were choosing, to put our child in a segregated high poverty school. Public education has been such an important part of my job and my personal and moral philosophy that I could have chosen any number of things for my daughter's education. And I have the same desires for my child as anyone else. I want my child to be healthy and successful and happy. But we chose to put our child not in a private school. We chose to put our child not in one of the handful of sought-after public schools. We decided to enroll our child in the type of school where we felt we could be most of service to that community. And that was a 90% Black and 90% free and reduced lunch or poverty school. And we made that decision because we felt it was right. We truly believe in the idea of a common good, that it is not just about getting your own individual advantage, but in investing in your whole community and using whatever assets or privilege you have for the benefit of those who don't have it. It has not been easy. There's a reason why school segregation is immoral. We are now in our 7th year at that school. And there have been times where I certainly understand when other parents making another choice. But I also believe that my daughter is getting as much out of that school as we think we might be giving that school. And I think we can't all continue to say, oh, that problem is really hard. I wish someone would do something about it. And the reason that that is necessary is we don't have to be told that concentrating poverty is toxic. We know that in neighborhoods, we know that in classrooms. And we also know that Black children face a double segregation. They are concentrated both by poverty and they are concentrated by race. And that allows us then to systematically deprive those schools of the resources they need because those schools don't have the power to advocate the way that schools that have white parents and wealthy parents can advocate for resources for their kids. So I was both writing about segregation as a journalist and experiencing segregation as a parent. And it was through my reporting trying to figure out, why do these racial disparities in achievement exist? I know, you all know, that Black people are not inferior. You all know that Black children are just as capable as anyone else's child of achieving. And you all know that Black people value an education despite what our country says, that somehow, miraculously, we're the only people in the world who don't value an education. We know all of these things are true, and yet the achievement gap persists despite us understanding that Black children are just as capable, as motivated, and as valuable. So I just started researching why, and what the research pointed to was racial segregation. And that if we want equality in schools, we have to integrate our schools. And the data is very clear. For a very brief period of time, when we started to integrate schools, largely because federal courts were forcing schools to integrate, the achievement gap was cut by half in a short period of time. And then as soon as we started resegregating schools, that achievement gap has risen. And the data is pretty indisputable. The more Black a school is, the less likely that school is to have the same quality of teachers, the same quality of instruction. The buildings are older, the technology is less, the resources are less, it has fewer higher level classes. So we know that race and resources are aligned. And the one tool that's been shown to break up that caste system is school integration. And that's not because sitting a Black kid next to a white kid magically makes that Black kid smart or motivated. But what it does is what it did for me. It made sure that I was getting the same resources that those white kids were getting. And we've never assured that outside of integration. When I hear middle class parents, white parents, Black parents say that they want integrated schools, what that often means to me is they want a carefully curated integration, that they want schools that have a little bit of this and a little bit of that, not too much Black, not too much poor, schools that look like the United Nations. The problem is that in a place like, let's say, New York City or Chicago or Philadelphia, where the white population is so small, the only way that you can get schools that still maintain a white majority is to ensure that a whole bunch of Black schools have no integration at all. And folks are largely willing to make that bargain because having a United Nations school makes them feel good. And they can brag and say, I'm a public school parent, even as their schools don't look like the public, even as their schools screen out most of the public school kids. So what they essentially want is to have a private school education on the public dime. They don't want schools that are publicly funded and look like the public. My work is trying to convert people who say they're progressive, who put the Black Lives Matter sign in their yard, and yet would never put their child in a school that is majority Black and that has large numbers of poor Black children. I'm trying to get those people to live their values. I understand that of all the civil rights values, schools and housing are the most intimate. These are the areas where we are the most personal, who lives next to us and who is going to sit next to our child in a classroom. And so that's often where progressivism stops short. We feel as parents we have the right and maybe even the obligation to try to secure every advantage for our own children. But we have to understand that that comes at a cost and that we are deciding that some children are worthy and some children are worthy of being sacrificed. And in a country built on a system of racial caste, we already know whose children will be sacrificed because they're the same children who have generationally been sacrificed. Equality and advantage are antithetical to each other. You can't say you believe in equality and yet seek to advantage your own children at every step of the way. And I would ask you middle-class parents, what do you really think that you have to lose? You can still give your child every advantage, tutoring, trips, taking them to plays, arts. You can still give your child every advantage. And yet, so many want to take the advantage of the best public schools on top of that. I think if that's the case, we should just acknowledge that we don't actually believe in equality and stop pretending otherwise. But if you say you believe in equality, then your schools need to actually look like the public. And then you also shouldn't move to extremely white places where the public looks like private school too. We have to put a stake in the ground because there are few institutions in our country more important than education, particularly when it comes to our children's well-being and societal well-being. My daughter's getting ready to go to middle school now, which of course for any parent is a very scary period. But our daughter will be going to a neighborhood middle school that does not screen students out. And I hope that I am teaching her my own morals and my own values. For us Black parents, it is particularly important. I live in a low-income Black neighborhood by choice. I could live elsewhere because of our income. I could send my child to a different type of school because of our income. We're taught in our communities from a young age that success means getting out, right? Go to school, get your education, and then get out of here. That's success. I think we have to send a different message to our communities that success is getting your education or starting your business, and then staying in your communities and sharing that advantage with your communities. That's the value that I'm trying to live, and that's the value that I'm trying to teach my daughter, that she doesn't have to separate herself from her people, that she doesn't have to feel like she's exceptional, that we all come from the same folks, and some of us have been luckier than others, and so we have an obligation to repay that debt. I think it's important to understand, I don't think I'm making a sacrifice for my child. I think that I am giving my child a life's education. I think I am teaching her to be humble. I think I am showing her that a child having less wealth than you doesn't mean that a child is less intelligent than you or has less to offer. I don't believe that I've sacrificed my child at all. And I think we have to stop thinking about it in that way, because what message are we sending to these other children that our child being around them is a sacrificing our own child? I was that kid that other parents were afraid to have around their kid. And I can tell you, I was smarter than all of their kids. I just needed to be in an academic environment that would nurture that intellect. So I think because I was the person from the wrong neighborhood, I was the person that those parents didn't want on that bus coming around their kids, I have a deep understanding of the way that we label and box and demean our children when all our children want is to be invested in the way that we invest in children whom we value. So I don't think that my daughter is sacrificed at all. I think that this is making her a better human, a better person, and a better member of her community. And I also don't believe in the idea of setting my child up to compete. Compete for what and against whom? I want my child to find success in the way that she thinks success is important. And I really take my philosophy from this, from the Black experience, in that we always understood, because of our singular experience in this country, we can rise to the highest echelons. But when we go out in society, we're still Black. And they don't care what your pedigree is. They don't care how many degrees you have. They don't care how you talk. They will put you in that same box. And so why spend your whole life trying to be distinct from a people instead of working together to uplift all of your people? Because us, more so than any other racial group in this country, we rise or fall together. You can't have that separation. So I see, the philosophy of HBCUs, right? Lift as we climb, that I don't want my daughter to try to compete with her classmates. I want my daughter to rise and help her classmates rise, and I hope that they will help her rise. And that's the type of child that I'm trying to raise. I think we have been caught up in a society that is intensely individualistic, that believes that only some of us can make it, and that we see competition as a virtue. I am personally a competitive person in that I personally want to reach my highest potential. But I don't think that my reaching my highest potential has to come at the cost of someone else reaching his or hers. And that's how I want to raise my child.
This was the home of Mose Wright. It was from this shack, the state alleges, Emmett Till was taken by Roy Bryant and J.W. Milam. This is the muddy backwoods Tallahatchie River between Minter City and Phillip, Mississippi, where a weighted body was found, alleged to be that of young Emmett Till.
Part of the problem in conversations between Black and white people is that we're speaking off a different script. Black people have a profound sense of this history of racial violence, racial intimidation, of dreams lost, of Black people who lost their land, of Black people who run off their land. And white people, for the most part in this country, are ignorant about it. Some uncaring, but some ignorant. They don't know, and they felt they never had to know. And so when we try then to sit down for a conversation about race, which people are always insisting we must have these conversations about race, the truth is we are as ill prepared for those conversations as we ever have been, in part because there is not this shared knowledge and this shared narrative about how we arrived at this moment. Now, people get very nervous about the idea of exploring this history of racial violence and intimidation. And what I always say is that, you can't only embrace one part of the history. It's not as though America doesn't enjoy memorializing its history. We do. We have holidays devoted to long dead presidents. We have memorial spaces. We have memorial cemeteries. The whole controversy about Confederate statues is about who controls the memory and the narrative about that community. We talk about history all the time. So why is it that there's this one part of history, and particularly as lynching is concerned, a part of history that unfolded on the courthouse lawn, in the public square, often attended by thousands of people? Why is that part of history whitewashed? Why is it that when you go to this courthouse lawn, you will see there memorials to soldiers who fought, sometimes in the Confederate Army, but sometimes Vietnam War memorials or Korean War memorials? You'll see bronze cannons that were donated by various members of the society. You'll see gardens that were planted by the Ladies' Garden Club with little plaques indicating those who paid for ensuring that the courthouse lawn looks so beautiful. But what you don't see, you don't ever see a plaque that explains what happened on that same space 50 years ago or 60 years ago. You actually see nothing in the physical space that would let you know that some of the collective public spaces that we hold so dear were sites for some of the most egregious acts of racial violence in our history. We don't include it in the school curriculum, K through 12. You have to actually seek these courses out as a university student. We don't talk about the victims of this violence. We don't commemorate them. Many of them died with no gravestone. Their parents were so frightened after the lynching, some were afraid to collect the remains of their loved one. And then they were most often buried in potter's fields or in other unmarked graves, as though they never lived. We don't go back and investigate the crimes they were accused of to determine whether or not they in fact were innocent. And we don't go back to their death certificates and correct the cause of death, which was in fact lynching. And so when Black people then, you or I, begin to talk about an event that happened in the past, you will hear a white person say, well, I never heard of that, or you're always talking about race, or you're just bringing this up. When I was talking about the lynchings that occurred on the Eastern Shore in 1931 and 1933, there were people who kept saying to me, white people, I just think that we have to stop talking about slavery. And I would say, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about slavery. I'm talking about lynching. I'm talking about something that happened in the 20th century. And they would say, well, these events happened so long ago. And I would say, well, it's interesting because George Armwood was lynched in 1933, right? Which is the beginning of the rise of the Third Reich. We don't stop talking about Nazi Germany because its excesses occurred in the 1930s and the 1940s. We still recognize the power of those events to enduring generations of victims. And yet when we talk about this in the lynching context, what we get back is the idea that we should forget about it because it happened so long ago. And they can say it because we allow them to forget about it, because we don't memorialize it. We don't make it concrete. We don't make it real. We don't make it required reading. We don't make it required viewing anywhere. And that's what has to change. Memorializing these events ensures that there cannot be deniability that these events happened. It's a way for sure of honoring the victims, but it's also a way of compelling all of us to confront the reality of what happened. And if we are to begin productive, real conversations, citizen to citizen, those conversations have to be premised on the truth, on a shared agreement, not about how we interpret the events, but that the events actually happened.
H.R. 40 would create a commission to study the history of slavery in America, the role of the federal and state governments in supporting slavery and racial discrimination, other forms of discrimination against the descendants of slaves, and the lingering consequences of slavery and Jim Crow on African Americans. Enacting H.R. 40 would be an important step in finding effective long-term solutions to these problems, ones that can trace their origins to our nation's shameful history of slavery and anti-Black racism.
My name is John Hamilton McWhorter V. John Hamilton McWhorter I was a slave. I happen to know that. John Hamilton McWhorter II might as well have been one. There is one photo of him. Very old people remember one thing about him. Apparently, he had a very abrupt, terse way of speaking. Somebody said, well, he would just kind of go, bup. That's all anybody remembers about him, and it's almost literarily symbolic. First one, no photograph. You can go online and find where he was and have a faint echo where you can tell that that's who they mean, and you actually know what the plantation was. And I think about it. How would he feel about his, what would it be, great-great-grandson getting money that he wasn't paid? Now, what everybody might be thinking is, yes, but he's a college, okay, but let's say that I was a postman. I get money that he wasn't paid. I think he'd feel a little funny about that. Of course, I can't know, but I know that down on my end, I just feel like it's been too long. I don't want reparation for that, as hideous as it was. I never knew him. He doesn't know me. We have nothing in common. Now, opinions are going to differ there. I completely understand that. I wouldn't want that money, but many people would say it's the principle of the thing. A lot of my resistance to the idea of new reparations, and I think it's important that we call it that, new reparations, and especially reparations that would be in the form of payments to individuals. And that's one of many plans, but that one never seems to say that it was just a beginning. If all it's going to be is people saying it isn't enough and then we're going to, start the ball rolling to get more reparations in another 50 years, what's the point?
you might be wondering, how does intersectionality apply to the way we understand anti-Black racism? How should we adapt intersectional prisms in the work that we do? What are some of the moments that the gendered way that we understand anti-racism has to be broadened and rethought? And so my answer would be, let's look at some of the ways that we imagine in our history what anti-Black racism has looked like and where Black women fit in those imaginaries. There was a time during the period in which anti-Black violence was rampant that a banner would fly outside of the offices of the NAACP when a Black man was lynched. That banner flew all too often because too many Black men were lynched. But what it was missing is Black women have also been lynched. What it was missing is Black women have also been raped. They've been sexually abused. They've been beaten. So one of our challenges is to broaden our conception of what anti-Black racism has been, what anti-Black racism is now, where Black women are situated in how anti-Black racism, how white supremacy plays out. So it's just a reminder that we have to recover histories that have been lost, that have not been passed on, partly because of shame about some of the things that happened to Black women, partly because the inability to protect Black women sometimes is a very sensitive issue for our community, for our brothers, our fathers, and our sons. But we can't let the shame overdetermine what we remember, because what is remembered is what we can fight about and fight against today. The same might be true if we look to some of the images of the classic civil rights movement. Remember when Martin Luther King went to Memphis? He went to Memphis to support sanitation workers. And one of the iconic images from that moment was the poster, "I Am a Man." And that is very real. Anti-racism attempted to erase Black manhood and all of the things that are associated with that. But it also erased Black womanhood. And we don't have images that really recall the way that Black womanhood was denigrated, the way that Black women were devalued, the way that Black women's loss of autonomy and their availability for sexual abuse was part of anti-Black racism. So if we can't remember these things, if we don't have iconic images and ways of telling that story, then we're unable to understand today. How does anti-Black racism play out with the erasures, for example, of Black women who've been killed by the police, or the fact that Black women are least likely to have their sexual abusers arrested and prosecuted and convicted? These are contemporary manifestations of a long history of Black women being marginalized and excluded. So the takeaway is, if you are marching for anti-racism, if you are proponents of the idea that our history requires us to be 100% present right now, if you are an advocate, a soldier, a student, a practitioner of anti-racism, then your practice has to be intersectional, because women have been subject to anti-Black racism as well. We have to remember that. We have to set it front and center, and we have to do this together. This is a project for all of us. You, me, all students, all advocates of anti-Black racism must include an intersectional frame to make sure that our movement is as inclusive as the problem demands it to be. That's the only way that we can fight white supremacy in all of its manifestations.
Dr. West, you've talked a lot about Black nihilism in the past. What is it, and why is it important?
Yes, indeed. Yes, Black nihilism is the Black experience of lack of meaning, lack of hope, lack of intimacy, lack of community, and at the deepest level, it's the lack of love. It's the lack of touch. The sense that all the forces of society and the world are against you. The sense that you cannot fall back on anything in order to sustain you. You see? So it's like the blues without the music. If all you had was just the blues, then all you got is catastrophe. But as long as you're singing about the catastrophe, you have a response to the catastrophe to push it back. And therefore, there's always a particular truth for any of us in our lives when it comes to nihilism. There are moments in our lives where we are hopeless. There are moments in our lives where we may lack intimacy. The challenge is to not allow those moments to become static conditions that are so prolonged that we feel as if there is no way out. Same is true with pessimism. We have a powerful movement of Afro-pessimism these days, especially among the younger and middling generations. And it's understandable. There are certain truths in pessimism. You see, it is true that after all of these 400 years in America, that Black life still doesn't matter to too many people. That's just the truth. If that's all you see, then you might become a pessimist who is chronic. But if you recognize there are Black folk who are struggling to make Black lives matter, there's some non-Black folk struggling to make Black lives matter, then you got hope because you're in motion. It might be a moment in your life where you lack love. That's real. Opt for lust for a while. Go on and try it out and see how long that sustains you. It's not going to last too long, and if it does, your soul might numb. But sooner or later, when love does hit you, I hope you don't view it just as a threat. You better be ready for it. You better be fortified for it. So that all of a sudden, when you do then fall in love, all of your nihilism gets shattered. Because you're in a new moment, a new state. But just realize that you're always in motion. And as long as you recognize you're in motion, there's always possibility. There's always potentiality. There's always the chance of turning that corner, as it were. And so I think the worst thing we could do is deny Black nihilism, deny Black pessimism, deny the relative lack of meaning and hope and love in the Black community. That's what it is. They have to come to terms with forms of spiritual decay and moral decline in our society, in our world, and in our lives. We just must never, ever allow the lack of hope to become so static that it has the last word, that becomes permanent.
Now, how did this one man do all this? How's he accomplished all this? He hasn't done it simply by his good looks and easy charm. Although he has both in ample measure. He hasn't done it simply because of the excellence of his scholarship. Although his scholarship has opened up new vistas and new horizons. Open up your hearts and your minds to the words of Professor Derek Bell.
I want you to understand that while I have been here for 2 decades, I have not forgotten that my appointment represented the culmination of years of student struggle. I remember as well that for the first 150 years of its history, the faculty at Harvard Law, the oldest existing, most prestigious, and in the view of many, the best law school in the United States, was all white and all male. That is a horrible history, not remediable by plaintive pleas of mea culpa, combined with the token appointment of members of the victim class who are least likely to remind the school of its past racist hiring record.
My dear brother, one of the towering intellectuals of the 20th century, Derek Bell, talked about the faces at the bottom of the well. And before the Afro-pessimist movement, he was already saying that it looked as if the black predicament was one that was permanently, for most black people, for black poor, black working people, at the bottom of the well.
In reading Faces at the Bottom of the Well, unless you can interpret now for me something different, you can help me see some chance for change, you seem to be saying, there are those faces. They are not going to be changed.
The fact is that race has always served as a diversion. The piece that I wrote at the beginning of Faces at the Bottom of the Well talks about black people are the faces at the bottom of the societal well. Whites, many of whom occupy a level only slightly above the blacks, reach down and are mesmerized. Some reach out and try to pull us up. They know that unless they help us up, they won't be able to move to the different level. But rather than look up at the top to see who it is that's keeping us both down, they remain fixated on us and determine that they will stay where they are if it means we can stay down further below.
And yet he said, I will never allow that to be the conclusion in terms of how I live. So if somebody told me, he used to say, we used to have our little drinks. He's Presbyterian and I'm Baptist, but he's a great black intellectual, and I was sitting at his feet. He's the first black professor at Harvard Law School at the time. And we used to always say, you know, Brother Derek, Brother Cornell, if the chance of black freedom was that of a snowball in hell, we would still go down loving black folk and fighting for black freedom and sustaining black hope and trying to build on the best of black history. How come? Because it's right, because it's moral, because it's just, and we find joy in black love and struggling for black justice. But it has no chance whatsoever. You're never gonna win. There's no victory, ever. We say, so what? That's like telling me my mama got cancer, so I got to completely give up. No, I'm going till the end. That's the kind of brother he was. Towering figure, pioneering figure. He wrote a book on gospel singing too, didn't he? How you gonna be a professor of law and write a book on gospel singing? Do you know what kind of perception that generates among your legal peers at Harvard Law? What is somebody so sophisticated writing about something linked to the black church? Derek Bell would walk in the Harvard Law faculty with such dignity and style and say, these are my people. I don't exist without these people who created these gospel. So I'm here at Harvard Law. I'm in it, but not of it. That's my kind of brother. He went on a hunger strike to make sure there was a black woman on the faculty, and then left Harvard. Some of us do leave Harvard. Went to NYU when they didn't treat him right, when they disrespected him. He was in Harvard, but not of it. I want you to be in America, but not of the worst of America. It's got some beautiful things, the best parts of it. That's Derek Bell. Whatever institution, whatever structure, whatever country, accenting the excellence, accenting the integrity, accenting the decency. and yet also telling the truth. Derrick Bell was a love warrior and a truth teller when it comes to black nihilism, Afro-pessimism.
Over this ocean, 1607, Jamestown. 1620, Plymouth Rock. Here was America. Out of the native oak and pine, we built a house, a church, a watchtower. We cleared a field, and there grew up a colony of free citizens. We carved new states out of the green wilderness: Virginia, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Carolina. Then came the first test in the defense of that liberty. 1775, Lexington. Our leaders spoke our deepest needs. Colonists are by the law of nature free-born, as indeed all men are. It is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government. In the midst of battle, it happened. The idea grew. The idea took form. Something new was expressed by men, a new and revolutionary doctrine, the greatest creative force in human relations. All men are created equal.
So when I think about white supremacy is both a descriptive and a normative idea. Descriptive. When I say descriptive, it describes how a society functions. It describes what we see in society. So we are, in the United States of America, a culture that comes out of a white supremacist set of ideas. The way that our institutions have historically functioned have placed white people above everybody else. The United States was initially a white country, explicitly so. That's what we mean when we say white supremacy descriptively. And then there's also a normative idea. Should we be a white supremacist country? Should we be a country that's built for white people's enjoyment? Should we be a country that's run by white people? There was a long period of time that was abundantly the case. The court said it. Our Constitution basically made it so. So we have a country that at one point was described as white and was embracing an idea that it should be that way. What do we have now? Now we have a country that normatively has repudiated that idea. So we're no longer a country in which we say this is built for white people. But descriptively, is it still a country in which whiteness is a privilege? Whiteness creates benefits. Whiteness creates material differences between the lives lived by people who are born white and the lives lived by people who are not. So our challenge is to be able to grasp onto the idea that we don't want to be a white supremacist country anymore, normatively, accept that, and then look at our society to see, is it still functioning that way? And if it's still functioning that way, then we still have work to do. So white supremacy expresses itself in many different ways, both across history and across institutions. So is the Constitution a white supremacist document? Well, if you look to see who ratified the Constitution, who the Republic was built for, who was the Republic not built for, then yes, the Constitution itself has been a white supremacist document. Sometimes in my class, when I teach civil rights, I have all the students stand up. And I say, what we're going to do is create a constitutional convention that mimics the Constitutional Convention in 1776. But first, we have to exclude the people who couldn't have participated in this moment. So first of all, everybody who was born female, sit down. So about half the class sits down. Then I say, everybody who is non-white, sit down. Another half of the class sits down. I say, everybody who doesn't own property, sit down. And then they sit down. And then we have a handful of people left, and I say, okay, now we can begin the process of building this republic. Now, usually the people who are left are white men, usually my older, students. And I ask, is this a moment of building a republic that is egalitarian? Is it a moment of building a society in which everybody is included? The answer is clearly no. But what kind of country did we build from just that handful of people? Can we call that a white supremacist country? Well, I don't see how you don't say it, how you don't call this a country that is grounded in its initial moments in an expression of white supremacy. We are the ones who are qualified to rule this country. We are the ones in whose interest this country is built. And so our challenge is looking squarely at that now and ask, what are the dimensions of current society that can be traced back to that moment? That's the project, acknowledging the white supremacist roots and then asking, where do we have to go to cleanse the country of this unfortunate moment? And we can't do it if we can't talk about that. So some of the most challenging dimensions of law have to do with what its point of departure is. I call that a baseline. What's a baseline, you might ask? Well, let me give you a couple of examples about the difference a baseline can make in terms of how we think about different kinds of actions. So let's say that you are an enslaved person. Let's say that you decide, you know what, this whole idea that my labor belongs to somebody else because of the fact of my birth as a Black person in this society, later for that. I'm out of here. And you escape, you run away. How do we characterize your action of running away legally? Well, it all depends on the baseline. So if the baseline is enslavement, legally justified enslavement, your running away is going to be characterized as theft. You have stolen yourself from the person who owned you. That's a legal concept. The law says your seeking freedom is theft. Now, let's change the baseline. Let's say the baseline is not enslavement, but the baseline begins from a premise that all people are free, that all people who are subject to some form of enslavement have a right to their freedom. Your running away under that baseline is self-help. You are actualizing your God-given right to liberty, to freedom. So the baseline made all the difference in the world as to whether you could be hunted down and recaptured and taken back to slavery, or whether once you are free, you have a right to stay free. Now, the problem with our Constitution is that it permitted enslavement to not only attach to your individual self in a state of slavery, but even if you managed to escape, the southern states were able to extend their reach all the way to wherever you happen to be, to say you are still a slave and we can take you back. That's the problem with the Constitution's embodiment of enslavement. The fact that it permitted it also allowed it to be extended all the way into northern states that had to stand by and allow some of its own citizens to be captured, either by mistake sometimes, or actually people who had escaped. So the whole point in Reconstruction was to shift that baseline away from the idea that enslavement and all of its dimensions were perfectly constitutional, to say that the whole system was rotten. We're going to dismantle it root and branch. That includes all the discrimination on the basis of race that helped facilitate it. It included all the laws of property and contract that allowed for the ownership of human beings, and all of the race-based ideas that said Black people were uniquely enslavable. So the broadest concept of constitutional reform is we're going to go through and erase all of this stuff. That's what the freedmen hoped and believed. That's what many of the framers leaned to. And that was a vision that did not sustain itself over time. That's why we need a new constitutional imaginary to recapture that idea and to build it out to include other forms of inequality as well. The new Constitution. Why do we need a new Constitution? Well, as you probably now have inferred, the old Constitution needed a refreshment. The 13th, and 14th, and 15th Amendments were attempts to refresh the Constitution, an attempt to go back to first principles and build a different pathway, one towards greater freedom for all those people who were excluded from the first constitutional moment, an ability to recreate structures that enhanced freedom rather than structures that were built on reinforcing the lack of freedom, namely slavery. And a constitution that was capable of expansion rather than constant retrenchment. So the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment tried to do that. They were overridden by politics and by the Supreme Court. And we're still living in the aftermath of that. We're living in a period of time in which those efforts to remake our justice system have been cramped. Our sense, and by our, I mean many of us who write and work in the area of constitutional law and equality, is that we need a new starting position. We need to refresh the Constitution again. So my colleague, Catherine McKinnon, and I started thinking about how do we put our various imaginaries into words? What is it that we will create as a new point of departure? It can give us the objectives. It can give us new beginnings so that we can rethink what our social order should look like. So that's what we started to do. We wanted to draft an equality provision, number one, that didn't separate race equality from gender equality, from equality based on sexual orientation, that brought all of these different lessons and challenges together into one amendment that says equality is for everybody. And number two, the fact that we didn't have equality in the past cannot be a benchmark for determining how much equality we can have in the future. So we wanted to create a new baseline. And it's a new baseline based on what our country would have looked like had we started off initially with a profound commitment to making equality real. So that's what our new amendment proposes to do. Make equality real by repudiating all that stuff in the past, by saying if your expectations are limited by what has come in the past, we'll never get to where we want to be. So let's create new expectations based on where we want our society to go and create a constitutional amendment that allows us to get there.
The Constitution, the sacred charter of we the people, the blood and sweat of we the people, the life, liberty, and happiness of we the people. The people were to rule, not some of the people, not the best people or the worst, not the rich people or the poor, but we, the people, all the people.
They're pulling out all the stops in Georgia. There have been record numbers voting early amid claims the long lines are attempts to dissuade voters.
There's various ways that governments are now trying to suppress the vote, and one of them is a long line keeping people from voting.
There's too many efforts here to take away our rights and to take history backwards. And I'm angered by it.
The thing about the 2020 election is that there's a story about it that's incredibly powerful and positive and important for us to embrace, that tells an extraordinary story about this country. And that's the story about the millions and millions of people who participated in the election in 2020, in the primary elections and in the general elections. There was incredible determination and will to exercise the right to vote.
And especially for those moments where this campaign was at its lowest ebb, the African-American community stood up again for me. You've always had my back, and I'll have yours.
But there's a dark side to the story. Those voters had to overcome obstacles that voters should not have to overcome in a democracy. And then we got to January 6th, and we came within a hair's breadth of it all being destroyed. We saw violence. We saw police officers being killed. But we also saw people hunting for the Speaker of the House. We saw people hunting for the Vice President of the United States. We came that close. We have some real problems in this country that are deep and structural and that have to be confronted with the truth of who we are. The idea that somehow you are a democracy and then you just stay a democracy and you don't have to do anything, it's kind of just self-executing, you show up every 4 years, you vote for the president. No. I hope that people understand that now. That what's required is something very different. It doesn't require you to be a professional like me. I do democracy work 24/7. That's my job. You probably have a different job that you go to every day or that you zoom into every day. But you still have a job to do as a citizen. You are still required to be an active citizen. And citizenship, I think, people have to now understand, is a responsibility to engage. Now, the good news is you get to choose how you engage. There's so many different ways you can. Some of you have already been doing it. You've been participating in protests. You've been voting, not just in the presidential election, but in every election, in your local elections. Did you vote in the last school board election? Did you vote in the last city council election? Did you vote in the last judicial election, especially if you were out protesting about our criminal justice system? Did you vote in the judicial election in your jurisdiction? And if you voted in the judicial election, did you know who you were voting for? Because all of us have had this experience, myself included. You go into the booth, you pick the candidate you want for a high salience office. Maybe it's president, maybe it's governor, right? Maybe it's senator. Then you start going down the ballot. There's mayor, there's city council. Then it gets to judges, and it says, pick 3. And many of us, sometimes even I, don't know 3 of them in terms of their record, who they are, what they believe. That is power, local power, that we give away, particularly as Black people. And given where we are and who we are in this country, we can't afford to leave any power on the table. We have to exercise every bit of power that we have at every opportunity. Have you ever been to a school board meeting? Do you ever go to the town hall when your senator has a town hall meeting? You complain about what they do in Congress. We want them to pass legislation that we think will advance civil rights, but do you show up at the town hall in your jurisdiction? Have you called your senator? You can call your senator anytime you want to. Make it a vow that you will call your senator every month and tell them about some bill you want them to pass on civil rights, some nomination that you want them to vote on in a particular way, some issue that you want them to address. One call once a month? You have no idea how much it actually does push them when they hear from their constituents. They're scared of you. And that's why when you show up at the meeting, you don't even have to say anything. Just you sitting there. At the city council meeting, at the mayor's listening session, just you sitting there makes them perform in a different way. So I'm suggesting to everyone at this moment that anytime you feel like maybe I've done my part and I don't have to do any more, I want you to remember what January 6th looked like. I want you to remember those people climbing over that building with the intent of nullifying your vote, with the intent of ensuring that those who were in power stayed in power, with the intent of destroying democracy, with the intent of violence, and understand what's at stake. When I see that picture, you know what it looks like to me? The drawings I've seen of the Colfax massacre in Colfax, Louisiana, when white supremacists are angry at the outcome of the 1872 gubernatorial election, and they kill between 60 and 80 Black people who are guarding the ballots at a courthouse. There is a through line between Colfax and what we saw on January 6th. And what that means is that we have to fight for our democracy. We have to fight, and we have to fight for our citizenship. We need you to be engaged and to decide what's your thing. You don't have to do everything, but what's the thing you care passionately about? And then just make sure that you are consistent about doing something towards that one thing. Sometimes it's going to be just that one phone call a month. Sometimes you're going to be able to do more. But what is being required of us at this moment is more. This just happens to be the cards we were dealt. Some people came before us who did some of the work, and now this is our race to run. This is who we are in this country. We are always going to have a set of responsibilities that we must engage for the groups of people who will come after us. Our job, as I always say in this work, it's the only way I'm able to keep myself going, because it can be overwhelming, is to think of yourself as being in a relay race. You are running as fast as you can in that relay race. You have taken the baton of someone who was running ahead of you, and now you run as fast as you can, and your job is to place that baton as firmly in the hand of that next runner as you can. It's not an excuse that we don't know if we're going to win. Relay race runners can't see the end, but they run their fastest anyway, their leg of the race. And so that's our job, is to run our race as fast as we can to pass that baton firmly to the next group that has to run their leg of the race.
Millions of dollars, Mama, and half the time they don't look no older than me.
Oh, son, how come you talk so much about money?
Because it's life.
Oh, so now money is life. Once upon a time, freedom used to be life, but now it's money.
Mama, it was always money. We just didn't know it.
No. Something's changed. You're something new, boy. In my time, we was worried about not being lynched and getting to the north and how to stay alive and still have a pinch of dignity, too.
Let's jump right into it. Now, when Du Bois said the problem of the 20th century is the color line, he meant that the masses of Black people, the masses of brown people, and he included Asians and indigenous people, was too often one of subordination to European colonialism and imperialism. And so the issue of empire predatory capitalism, and white supremacy all went hand in hand. Now, he would have developments over time in terms of how he understood those, but he knew they had to be hit head on. Now, it is true that when I reflected on this many decades later and said, well, the problem of the 21st century is the relation of empire and predatory capitalism and white supremacy, it was a kind of reiteration of Du Bois. But it was a reiteration of Du Bois after the black middle class had expanded and enacted its profound allegiance to the American empire. So that militarism, so that imperialism more and more dropped off of the agenda for black freedom. And black freedom became more and more confined to just upward mobility of talented black individuals in a mainstream, so that the empire becomes more colorful at the top. Capitalism becomes more colorful at the top, but the same effects and consequences are felt for poor and working people, no matter what color, disproportionately are targeting black, brown, and indigenous people. So they have unprecedented opportunities for the black middle class and upper middle class and some black top dogs, and they ask the black poor to live vicariously through them. And so no matter how many middle class and black elites we have at the top, if the system is still generating suffering at the bottom, then I still have a critique and an indictment, not in the spirit of self-righteousness, because I'm not broke as the Ten Commandments financially. I got some cash flow, but I don't even want to be rich. I don't mind some cash. I don't want to be rich if I got to sell my soul. I don't want to be rich if that in any way makes me more indifferent to my precious Jamal and Letitia suffering in the hood. And it's not just black folk. I'm concerned about poor brown, poor white, poor indigenous, poor Asian, not just here, but around the world. That's part of our tradition. Talked about W.B. Du Bois. That's Du Bois. That's C.L.R. James from Trinidad. That's Claudia Jones, deported in the 1950s. We got a long tradition of that. That's who I fell back on. And the challenge is it the case that we can aspire to greatness, moral and spiritual greatness of truth-telling and witness-bearing and justice-seeking, and at the same time be willing to give up some of the so-called successes in the world? Less money, less status, less spectacle, less image. For what? More courage, more compassion, more sacrifice, more service. That's the tradition I'm talking about, you see. There's always a cloud of witnesses. There's always a slice of young folk who know the difference between greatness and success. The fundamental question becomes, in our quest for success, how do we ensure that we use our success for greatness, something bigger than ourselves? Because it's possible to be great and have very little financial success. Malcolm X only had $151 when he was shot. Martin Luther King Jr. didn't even have life insurance for his kids when he was shot. But they're great. People are not talking about the richest black man in 1965 or the richest black man in 1968. They're talking about Malcolm and Martin because they understand the difference between greatness and success. Oh, what does the West family and the black Christian prophetic tradition and black music say? Never confuse success with greatness. You can have all the prosperity in the world and you're still not great, because greatness has to do with the quality of love and service and compassion for those who are suffering. Now, with Martin and of Malcolm, were the richest financially and had the same love, same willingness to sacrifice, same willingness to fight, then it'd be different. But the odds are you ain't gonna be able to gain access to huge amounts of money without some kind of co-optation, without some kind of numbing of your soul, without some kind of attenuating of your fire for justice. But it's possible. So in that sense, all of us together, wrestling with the tension between success, financial success, and greatness, moral and spiritual greatness. You certainly can have both. It is a challenge. But in the end, if we reduce greatness to success, then we end up losing access to our standards. Money, 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 status, status, status. And when you view life as a gold rush, you end up worshiping the golden calf. And the best of black love is that no golden calf can love you. No money can be used to buy or sell the black love I'm talking about, we talking about, and the best of the black tradition has talked about. One cannot talk about greatness without talking about service to others. Willingness to empty yourself, to give of yourself, to cultivate whatever gifts you have of yourself to try to empower others, challenge others, illuminate things for others, and then learn from others. We live in a market culture where, of course, buying and selling is at the center. It's very much about image and spectacle, and therefore there's an obsession with brand. I got a lot of young brothers and sisters coming to me all the time. Brother West, I'm working on my brand. I'm working on my brand. I said, oh, I see. But what is your cause? I don't have a brand. Yes, you do, Brother West. We love your brand, the way you dress. No, that's not my brand at all. I come from a black people who had brands put on their bodies. That's commodities. That's not my brand. I'm working for the kingdom of God. That's not a brand. That's a cause. I'm fighting for black freedom. I'm fighting for the freedom of poor and working people. That's not a brand. That's a cause you live and die for. Brand allows you to make certain market strategies such that you can gain access to better opportunities on your job so you can live large in some vanilla suburb with some grand mansion and a trophy spouse, and you feel good about yourself, and sometimes your soul's still empty. Ooh, Brother West, is that right? Well, I'm just saying, check it out. I'm not speaking dogmatically. I'm a jazz man. I could be wrong. But all I'm saying is that the best of black people has never been pursuing our brands. It is using whatever we can do, including our success, including our money, including our status, to be of service to others who are more vulnerable than we are. That's a cause. And service is at the center of it, you see. So it's not about PR sensibilities, public relations, posing and posturing. It's about what you're willing to sacrifice for, the cost of promoting a cause. What risk are you willing to take? How much battle are you willing to undergo in the name of your cause? Well, everybody got a brand. Okay, if everybody got a brand, then the question becomes, how do you use your brand for your cause so that your brand is subordinate to something grander than your brand? That's the crucial key. And I wouldn't be sitting here. You black brothers and sisters, I know we got a lot of vanilla brothers and sisters and others, and that's wonderful, but I'm speaking to the chocolate folk right now, especially. You wouldn't be sitting where you are if your grandmothers and grandfathers and ancestors were obsessed with their brand and money, 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 money. It's what Mama says to Walter in that great classic of Raisin in the Sun by a genius from the south side of Chicago named Lorraine Hansberry, who wrote this in her 20s. When she comes home, she says, Walter, we are great people. We've talked about freedom and dignity, and all you talk about is money, money, money. When you gonna grow up? When you gonna undergo spiritual maturation in such a degree that you can be somehow an extension of the great ones who came before? You understand what she's talking about? Of course you need money. We're gonna fight for resources. Too many black poor people. Of course we need cash. But the question is what you gonna do with it? And how is your soul gonna be impacted? How is your soul gonna be enriched? That's what Mama was saying to Walter. And keep in mind, there has never, ever in the history of the American theater been a figure on the stage with more love than Mama and Lorraine Hansberry's classic of Raisin in the Sun. That's all I'm saying now to my precious young brothers and sisters. Listen to Mama, not because she's right on everything. You might even reject her Bible and reject her Christian faith. Go on and do what you got to do. But if all you got to offer is brand and money and spectacle and status and celebrity orientation, then you are spiritually empty and vacuous, and you will never be as great as Mama, no matter how big your mansion is. And I say that in the name of Mama. I say it in the name of my own Mama.
You've taught so much. Like, what should I do with this wealth of information, and how do I make changes with what you've taught me?
The first thing that we have to do if we want to make changes, if you want to make changes, is it has to start with your own individual decisions. Inequality is structural, but it is maintained by our everyday choices as individuals. And I think a lot of times we say that because it's structural, there's nothing that I can do. And we actually use that as an excuse not to have to act. So what you should do as an individual, if you truly care about these issues, stop believing that success means leaving your communities. Stay in your communities, help your communities, invest in your communities. And the same thing with your schools. These are all of our children. It is not a deficit to put our Black children in schools with other Black kids who don't have as much money as we have. We have to invest. The worst unintended consequences of the civil rights movement was before integration, all of us had to live in the same communities. The Black doctors had to live in the communities with the Black janitors. And what the civil rights movement has allowed is a small percentage of us to get out. But the rest of our people are not living like we are. And I just feel like if we truly want to make a change, you have to be fighting against the policies, you have to be fighting against the laws, but you also have to live your life in that way. You have to become the example of the thing that you're fighting for. And for white Americans have to really decide what are their actual values. The reason that a Black person doesn't stay in their neighborhood or go to the Black school is not because they think those people are less than them or they're afraid of them. It's because they understand the way that race drives resources. So they understand that staying in that neighborhood is going to hurt them financially. Staying in that neighborhood means that their child will likely not get the same educational resources. Those white Americans who have had generational advantage have to be willing to give some of that advantage up. You'll still be advantaged because this is America, but give some of that up for the benefit of equality in our country. And stop being afraid of other folks. I think James Baldwin probably said it best when he said, white people have to give up whiteness That's not saying that there's anything wrong with descending from Europe. That's not whiteness. Whiteness is created, it is a construct, and it is about power. And if we truly want to create the America that we pretend we are, we have to break that power that is aligned with whiteness and actually create a society where we can all have justice, we can all have enough to eat, we can all have quality schools, and we can do that. It's a choice. It's okay to be consumed by rage. In fact, we should be consumed by rage. I certainly am. And you should be as well. I think that we're told somehow that rage is a debilitating emotion, and that we should always be trying to find peace. But of course, Dr. King says that a peace without justice is a negative peace. I am fueled by rage every single day. We have been fighting for equality for 400 years in a country that we built, in a country where we have been the democratizing force. If we're not enraged by the conditions that our people are living in, by the schools that we jail our children in, by the vast inequality, by the fact that my Uncle Eddie could die at the age of 50 simply because a hardworking man could not go to the doctor and get the tests he needed, then we're losing our humanity. So I think we should stop being afraid of rage. I think you should drive into that feeling of rage and use that rage not as something that shuts you down, but something that lights a fire in you every day to fight for the world that we may not see, but that we're obligated to try to bring into existence. There are two abiding factions in this United States of America. White supremacy is one, and Black love is another. Because what we know is that white supremacists built a country that did not believe in equality, that did not believe all humans were deserving of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But Black people did believe those things. And Black people have had an almost unfathomable love for a country that has never loved us back the same in return. And that's a true love, right? A love that expects the best, but is also prepared for the worst. So when you think about Black love and white supremacy as defining features of American society, I could think of no greater example in modern times than what happened with this last election and the insurrection on January 6th. Is you had people who did not believe in democracy at all, who wanted to overturn a democratically elected president and the results of an election. But before that, what you saw is we were waiting to see whether we would be led by an authoritarian or we would be led by a democratically elected man who actually believes in democracy. All of us had to sit and wait for these cradles of the Great Migration, these cities that have been castigated by the man who was currently in office. These Black cities, Detroit, Milwaukee, Philadelphia. We are all waiting for Black people to save our democracy once again, which has been the role that Black people have always played. And despite every law, despite the longest waiting times for voting of all racial groups, despite the polling places being closed, despite voter ID and voter suppression, what did Black people do? In the middle of a pandemic, Black people came out, all of those Black cities that we talk so poorly about, and they saved our democracy yet again.
When Trump was elected, my generation, we weren't old enough. I was 15. So I think my vote actually counts, all my generation. We can actually change the election because we don't need another 4 years of this.
That's Black love in the face of white supremacy. And if only our society could finally realize that Black people have never been the problem, but have always been the solution. That's Black love.
We chose our 7 instructors for this class because each of you has a message that you are uniquely qualified to deliver. But of course, as Black men and women, each of you has a personal stake in the issue too. So what is the message you tell your own daughters about race?
This is the message I want to tell my daughters about race. You may not live, you ought not live your life with your primary identity being all about how somebody else feels about you or may not feel about you. That's not what your life is about. That is not what your identity is about. Your identity is about what you like as an individual. White people may give you some problems here and there, but here and there is not enough to form an identity about. And of course, that's an issue because my kids are biracial. Their mother is white. As we record this, they're 6 and 9. Things are starting, but they are not going to form their identities in fear of something that frankly is not going to hurt them or affect them enough to make sense as the basis of an identity. And you know, I think about this at least once a week. This stuff that I would, but I'd get better. I think we could make it so that in about 30 years.
Out. Tell me, what is the Can you tell me what is the link between patriarchy and racism?
So patriarchy and white supremacy are two overlapping systems that distinguish the powerful from the disempowered, that distinguish those who are thought to rightfully lead from those who are meant to follow, and that justify these assumptions based on inherent characteristics of different groups of people. These systems can be talked about in ways that show how people who are subject to both racism and sexism experience them. So intersectionality pays attention to where white supremacy and patriarchy come together, the ways that their logics tell us who deserves to be heard and who doesn't, that tell us who deserves to be marginalized and who deserves to be centered. The place where it gets complicated is when intersectionality plays out in our own communities, when the question of who deserves to be centered and who deserves to be marginalized plays out within, say, Black people, or when it plays out within groups of women. Historically, white women marginalized Black women when it came to suffrage. They were told to march in the back of the line. They were told, you know, if we put you front and center, we might never get the right to vote. So that was a moment where the fight against patriarchy was predicated on white supremacy, and it pushed Black women to the back of the line. That's a familiar story to many Black people, right? Some of the reasons why African Americans are suspicious of feminism is because we know that story. We know what happens when white women sometimes use feminism as a justification to marginalize Black women. But there's a parallel story that sometimes plays out within anti-racism. The times that Black women have been pushed to the back of our demands and our struggle for racial equality. So stories about how women have sometimes been told that we're not going to deal with questions of sexual harassment or sexual abuse, or we're not going to deal with domestic violence, or we're not even going to deal with the fact that Black women also are disproportionately occupying jobs in the bottom part of our economic system. We're not going to deal with jobs for women because that might interfere with jobs for men, or it might make them too independent, or it might reinforce the idea of a Black matriarchy. These are all ways that patriarchy has sometimes distorted anti-racism, sometimes putting Black women outside the field of vision, sometimes saying to Black women, you can wait. So much of the work that Black feminists do is to say, no, we can't wait. We can't wait for ourselves because our lives are important too. We can't wait for our families because our children disproportionately rely on our incomes. And we can't wait because our community relies on both men, women, fathers, mothers, and everyone else being able to achieve all that we are capable of achieving. So our whole notion of solidarity and fighting for racial justice has to include all of us.
Can you tell us why this work is critical to America's salvation?
One of the things that's important to me about what I can contribute in this moment is I spend a lot of time trying to analyze and trying to think about this moment in historical context. And I think it's important to understand America in historical context. I recognize that a lot of people can't do that, want to do it, don't have time to do it. And so I wanted to bring some of that to all of you. The best of America, the best of how we think about America, America's ideals, its narrative, its mythology about itself, so much of that comes from the work and struggle of Black people. We've never really charged America for it, but the truth is, there is an equality dividend that we are owed. The story that you can tell about this country, about it being a land of equality and opportunity, who gave America that? We gave America that. It was the civil rights movement, this heroic movement that this country actually talks about all around the world, showed that a small band of ordinary people could stand up to injustice and win, goes the story. And the ability to tell this story burnished the luster of this country on the international stage. In fact, if you've ever read the work of the great legal scholar Derek Bell, he argues that part of the willingness of leaders in Washington to acquiesce in some of the successes of the civil rights movement was because they were concerned about America's image on the international stage precisely at the moment during the Cold War when we needed to look like the place that was the opposite of the Soviet Union, when we needed people in Africa and Asia to believe that this was a land of equality and opportunity. So that's what we've given this country. We've given this country that, and we've given this country a way of dreaming about our future. The battles for justice and for greater equality always redound to the larger population. We're not just getting stuff for Black people. We actually make this country better. So this work for us is maybe for us, but it's actually also work that is desperately needed if this country is to survive as a democracy.
All right, we're 101, take 3. Thank you.
The first question I want to ask is, where are the best places for people like me to focus my energies on if I want to dismantle this white supremacy framework?
As a teacher, I understand that people learn under conditions that satisfy their own aspirations and their own yearnings, their own proclivities, their own talents. And therefore, I rarely will tell a person, this is what you need to do. My response is to ask, what do you most enjoy doing yourself? And how can you find a way to relate that to collective struggles? If you are a poet, use your poetry to help us expand this movement. If you are interested, as I've always been, in philosophy, use your training in philosophy to ask questions about the nature of this society we inhabit and to try to figure out paths toward a more habitable future. If you like doing organizing, that is what you should do. I like to think that it is possible to make a commitment to these movements for liberation, the struggle for justice, a commitment that may last a lifetime. And the only way one can be certain that that commitment has a long life is to do something that is fulfilling, that you find pleasurable, that also brings you joy. How can we imagine a future where racism will have been defeated, a future without war, a future in which the needs of every human being on the planet will be fulfilled, but also a future in which we respect the lives of non-human animals, a future in which our planet is safe from the poisonous chemicals that have polluted so much of the world. We imagine ourselves as existing with our yearnings, with our aspirations on a long continuum that stretches back into the past and stretches forward into the future. I like to sometimes pause and ask myself, what might a Black woman under conditions of slavery have hoped for 150 years ago, 200 years ago? How do we represent the materialization of her desires, of her yearnings? I think it is so important for us to try to extricate ourselves from the idea that the measure of value is one human life. And that if it is not achieved in our lifetimes, it is not important. If people who were enslaved held those ideas, they would not have struggled so much. They were struggling for us. They were struggling for the possibility of a new world. If we imagine the ways in which people 100 years from now, 200 years from now, will be thankful to us for doing the work that we are doing today, then that means that we will have played a part in the production of that future and that we will be spiritually present in that future. That to me means that our goal, our primary goals are to create new arenas for struggle, to guarantee that it continues from one generation to the next. Certainly during this era that is often referred to as the era of Black Lives Matter, we've once again witnessed the ways in which this desire, this collective desire for liberation can come forth and can animate not only Black people and people of color, but white people as well. We should be excited that more people demonstrated in the summer of 2020 in response to the police murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor than ever before in the history of this country. And to me, that is hope. That is optimism. And I think that our goal is to recreate hope. generation after generation after generation.
Dr. West, how can I help lift every voice?
Well, I don't believe it's possible to lift your voice, to find your voice, without also mustering the courage to examine yourself, to scrutinize yourself, to question yourself. It's not just a matter of having the courage of what you believe, but sometimes you also have to question the very things you do believe, because you could be too narrow, too parochial, too provincial, and the end and aim is to grow and expand and mature so that your conception of your blackness goes hand in hand with your conception of your humanness, your conception of your creativity. And it must move from a very, very narrow space. We all emerge as children within our own small silos. And the last thing you want to do is become an adult in another small silo. You want to be able to have a comprehensive and an all-embracing way of seeing what's going on in the world and feeling deeply and acting courageously. See, black love at its deepest level is an unsettling, an unnerving, and an unhousing of ourselves to shake us from the white supremacist world in which we find ourselves, to be able to straighten our backs up. Brother Martin used to say, anytime folk, especially black folk, straighten their backs up, they're going somewhere, because folk can't ride your back unless it's bent. Straighten your back up, stand the way Sly Stone said, stand, you've been sitting much too long. There's a permanent crease in your right and wrong. And what are you standing for? What are you standing on? Where are you headed as you walk, as you organize, as you move, as you think and laugh and love? That becomes a deeply human affair, and blackness and humanity are so intertwined that black love and black joy, in the end, cannot but be revolutionary and subversive in your life as you untangle yourself from white supremacist perceptions of yourself. And it's motivated by love. And the question becomes, who are you? What kind of human being do you choose to be? What kinds of visions, what kinds of virtues, what kinds of values will be manifest in your life from womb to tomb? I make that decision, I'm forever in process. You make that decision, you are forever in process. And just like a jazz orchestra, you raised your voice, I raised mine. I want to hear your sound. How much dignity and decency is in your sound? How much courage is in your sound? And then you listen to my sound. Do you hear a little dignity and decency? I hope so. Do you hear a little courage? I hope so. And together, we empower each other. We can party together. We can march together. Maybe on Sunday, I go to church, and you kick it at the crib because you're agnostic. That's fine too. But we're still human beings. We in it together. The overlap is real. The differences are acknowledged. And in the end, we're trying to accent the best in each other. The best in you and the best in me. And that's a beautiful thing.
makes change happen? And what can individuals, people like me, do to be part of that change?
Anytime we've seen societal change, it's been because a large number of people were making small contributions in their own way until the tides shifted and they were able to make large societal change. And I'd say you can be one of those people. Who are you supporting politically? What level of involvement do you have in your community? What are you contributing to these communities that might make a difference in some way? What are the particular skills that you have professionally that could be utilized to the benefit of a community that's underserved? One of the reasons that we say that these communities are underserved is because they are literally underserved. There are not enough people with skills that could make a difference contributing in these places. And I often recall and talk to my own students about the last message that W.E.B. Du Bois left to the world. When W.E.B. Du Bois was 25, he said that he was going to devote his life to solving the problem of race. When he was 95 years old and he was about to die, he was still fighting the problem of race and white supremacy. He spent 7 decades following the oath that he swore as a young person. And of all the things that he could have said and all the reflections he could have made about his 9.5 decades on the planet Earth, when he died, a telegram was released, which was his final message to the world. I have loved my work. I have loved people and my play. But always I have been uplifted by the thought that what I have done well will live long and justify my life. That what I have done ill or never finished can be handed on to others for endless days to be finished, perhaps better than I could have done. And that peace will be my applause. One thing alone I charge you. As you live, believe in life. Always human beings will live and progress to greater, broader, and fuller life. The only possible death is to lose belief in this truth, simply because the great end comes slowly, because time is long. Goodbye. That was the last thing that he said as a 95-year-old man who understood this better than most of us ever will, and that you may not see victory in the short term. But you had to follow the example and believe, beyond belief, that you would ultimately see the attainment of the goals that multiple generations had lived and died for. None of this work will be achieved in our lifetimes. And the humbling part of that is that people before us understood the same thing. That there was a protracted struggle. That you might not see the ultimate victory in your lifetime, or your children's lifetime, or your grandchildren's lifetime. But it's a kind of moral North Star principle that you continue at it because this is what you're called to do. This is what people before you have placed on your shoulders. And it's the idea that we not only have a duty to fight on behalf of the humanity of our community and to fight white supremacy, but we have a duty to win. Oh, okay. We have entered the end of our question period of this masterclass. So thank you so much.
Well.
Sherilyn, just want to say thank you.
Thank you. This was extraordinary. Thank you all so much. Truly great.
First off, thank you very much. Folks want to give you all a hand. Those clap, guys, thank you.
I think that's a cut, but let me just confirm.
Have our slate and some tone.
Oh, we got room tone.
Woo!
the bell.
Howdy.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
And Cal Sticks.
Mark.
Can we get B-roll of you picking out your hair?
Oh, sure. This is 1972 Ohio Players right here, man. Oh, yeah. This is
You've had that pick since 1972?
1972. This Ohio Players, Heaven Must Be Like This. And a little skin tight, too. I love you, Sugarfoot. Yeah, it's almost, what's that? That's 50 years now. And look, it looks strong as ever.
Dr. West, you are one of a kind.
Ohio Players loving me till the day I die.